I don't know what kind of background you're having today. I am at the moment just streaming Snowy Screen because I'm not into my actual game menu thing yet.
Yeah, I'm just on a chatting screen for the hot second, and depending what happens, I might end up just brain deading on some Mega Bonk while we chat or whatever.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
It's just like brain
just
empty,
brain.
Run around. It's kind of the perfect game for that.
Yeah, it really is. It all comes together now. It does, Ellie. This is how I met you, technically. It's
Hello, everyone in my chat. Priestess, how's it going? Good evening. Happy almost Friday to all who celebrate.
It's not Wednesday, so I can't say happy Wednesday. But if it was Wednesday...
Okay, I need to update Blender, because apparently there was like an actual good update.
Yeah. There was a pretty massive one recently to Blender.
Yeah, 4.3. I'm on 4.1 on this one still.
I do more updating of Blender than I do using of Blender, honestly.
Okay, can I update within Blender, or do I just have two Blenders installed and then I just delete one of them?
I think it's you either, like, what you should do to be safest is you uninstall and reinstall. I think. Or you might be able to update from within, but I'm
doing good, Priestess. Better than I had been doing earlier in the week.
Yeah, I am
feeling
so.
a little more positive and relaxed at the moment, which is nice. Looking forward to the weekend for sure.
But yeah, I wanted to drag Poe here today to try out a new stream. And I was like, Poe would be perfect for this because we like ranting.
That is true. I'm
considering this a pseudo podcast.
I'm gonna say I just make a podcast.
I mean, that's fair. Podcast is a term that is almost meaningless anymore, right? Like literally,
it's like saying RPG.
Literally a conversation that exists on the internet is a podcast now, because like there's freaking video podcasts, audio podcasts, podcasts on YouTube, podcasts wherever you get your podcasts from. It's like, okay,
it's like saying
okay.
But yeah, it's one of those things.
Yeah, it's like saying role-playing game, where it's like it doesn't mean anything anymore.
Or more importantly, that it has RPG elements. Like that's the hot term that was poking around, I feel like, for the last decade, where they're like, oh, it's with RPG elements. Like, now what does that mean?
Yeah, now it's roguelike versus roguelite, where people don't know how to use the difference.
I still think that discussion is funny and also not clearly defined, because I don't know if anybody has. Defined. I don't think it is. I think you believe that it is. I believe that you think it is, and I think there are a lot of people who would vehemently disagree with you as to what it means.
I will give you the actual definition. Also, Ellie said, meanwhile, I'm here still sitting on version 2.79 of Blender.
Wow, that's some wild behavior right there.
Come on, Ellie.
Downloading. I got a minute left on my download that I can install Blender, and then you can actually.
Okay. So there is an actual difference, and this is like a verifiable, proven difference of how it all actually started and where the terms come from. So a roguelike game is a game where you replay through beginning to end. Like every time you die, you have to start the entire game over again, and none of the progress from within your play session is allowed to carry over. A roguelite is very similar in that it's based on the run-to-run sort of things, but certain things like a weapon level are allowed to carry over.
It sounds like most games nowadays are roguelite.
Roguelites.
Lights.
Yes. So the best way I can describe it, Poe, is Risk of Rain 2 versus Cult of the Lamb.
Why was Cult of the Lamb what you went with?
Because it's a roguelite.
Which one?
You do inherit Cult of the Lamb.
Right? I need you to actually say the T's and K's. You can't just cut them off like the Midwestern Canadian accent. Yeah.
The other way of saying it, if you really want me to say it the other Canadian way, we're calling it a roguish game.
Roguish, sure, man. It's different enough.
Apparently, people call
roguelites
roguish.
I think that's a better
weird, but worse
term because I feel like
here's
the thing. I think in general, if you want to consider it a genre, the rogue genre or subtype or however you want to consider it, I think is a much more mature genre now, so that it's like there's so much more happening that trying to be like, oh, there's these two types is just not accurate, right? Because like when you say like Cult of the Lamb, right? Because like roguelite is fair, but also there's so much else going on. It also then kind of runs into the idea of an incremental versus a roguelite versus a roguelite, and it's like the classifications are largely irrelevant in some cases, right? It's like, okay, but like what are the things that we're actually talking about, right? Like the elements that make it up.
Got this way. It actually got this way because it started the same way as a Souls-like,
which is also a term that's not terribly helpful.
Losing me.
But especially when you watch freaking Iron Pineapple's 30th episode of I played random-ass Souls-likes, and it's just like every game on Steam.
I love how those videos always start with, like, what actually is a Souls-like? And then he's just like, we don't know anymore.
Yeah, whatever. We gave up. Don't worry about it. Those are such good videos.
Quite literally, one of his like starting bits is sometimes it just means you have a stamina bar.
Right.
It's like, sure, I guess that's how we're describing
and that's the thing is like, because I it's also like too broad with the rogue stuff because like I think you've said it before, like well, technically in some sense you can say that Dark Souls is a roguelite, and I guess yes, but like using the terms that way it is no longer useful. Like the purpose of having those descriptors is so that you get an idea of what kind of game you're working with, and as soon as you're just like, well, we don't need the term Souls-like because, well, it's technically a roguelite, so that's fine. It's like, well, now that's not helpful anymore again.
Yeah, but that's also not true because, so a roguelite or like roguish, as well as a roguelike, also imply that you go from menu to run.
Quick question.
Every round? What's up?
Thoughts on this weird nook here? Because the chair is wider than the thing.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep. So a rogue, a rogue-ish game or a roguelike game usually, or not even usually, they always have gone from a menu state to a run state. So in Cult of the Lamb specifically, that's going from your cult to a actual forest zone.
Yes.
The difference in that and Dark Souls is that in Dark Souls, you are always in the map.
Yeah, but then Cult of the Lamb is, I think, pretty easy to argue that it doesn't satisfy that because it's a gameplay element outside of that. So it's like...
No, I can agree to that, which is why I'm like, it gets really confusing.
Well, and I mean, and that's exactly why this segue was what it was, because it's like RPG elements is the same damn thing. Where like at the very beginning of RPGs, it was a thing. Well, arguably, but then it was immediately like two things. Because you're like a tabletop RPG is very different from like a video game RPG versus what became, called the JRPGs, which, you know what I didn't realize, tangentially going off into something, I didn't realize, I totally missed the fact somehow that for a good chunk of my life, JRPG was considered a derogatory term. Like, I don't know if any...
What?
Yes. So you are similarly unfamiliar. So...
Yeah, I'm Googling this now.
Yeah, it was like...
JRPGA.
It's like there's been some...
derogatory...
There's been some
Is the
interviews...
term JRPG offensive?
There's been some interviews and stuff from Japanese studios talking about how they've had to, like... come to terms that, like, the meaning has shifted, and it's like, it's not a negative thing anymore. It's like, it was a positive, and then there was some period where people were like, those are stupid, we want action games, and it became, like, a dirty word, and then, like, now it's come back to just be like, no, it's just a genre.
Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about, and why it actually happened, too. So, RPG, or role-playing game, wasn't originally a video game thing. It was originally a tabletop thing. It was like D&D started it all. It was D&D, the tabletop role-playing game, because you sat there with your friends and you actually played a role. Like, yes, like you were role-playing as the characters around the table with your DM.
That has always been
role-playing as a narrator.
That has always been the thing about the term role-playing game for videos games, because like, what we consider an RPG is in no way more role-playing game than like Doom or Halo or like a first-person shooter. Or, like, they are equal levels of role-playing game from that context. That like, just one of them has more numbers. Like, that's it.
Okay, so after it became a video game thing, the reason video games got RPG was mostly usually actually because of like Final Fantasy and stuff like that, where their whole concept was based around building a game that made you feel like you were playing that kind of tabletop sort of feeling, but
I guess
the narrative was just the game system.
Yeah, and heavy narrative, heavy like actually having a meaningful story. The turn-based, even random encounter style encounters.
Yeah, the fact that we call it a turn-based RPG is wild to me, considering they always used to be turn-based. That's how they were built.
Yeah.
That's the origin.
Well, I mean, and that's why it had to become a term as soon as an alternative was available, though. Although it's...
I guess, yeah.
And it had to give it some kind of... Because just like... A battle is not descriptive enough to understand, so it became like turn-based and active battles as like the two subtypes.
So at some point in that, usually role-playing game was like technically the same up until Final Fantasy even, because any RPG would just refer to like MUDs mostly. And how people play on multi-user dungeons or MUDs was they would call it like a MUD-RPG or an RPG, which is awesome and wild to think about. And then Japan comes in, Final Fantasy. That's like the big hidden turn of the century. There's other games that probably came before too, but not that.
Like Earthbound was probably around similar times at the early Final Fantasies, really.
Yeah.
And there were some others, but yeah.
And then what happened was they wanted to differentiate the game styles between how Western audiences made RPGs and how Eastern audiences made RPGs.
Sure.
And at the time, Japan was like the only one in the actual Eastern audience making RPGs.
Yeah.
Which is why it was weird. So, because of that, that's where the term JRPG comes from, is because it's a Japanese take on an RPG, or a JRPG.
Sure, makes perfect sense.
I think the original term was actually supposed to be Japanese-style RPG.
I think you're right. I think I've seen that, and of course nobody was going to say that much. So they like, nah, man, we ain't going to do that.
It becomes JRPG.
Yeah.
But then, in terms of why it's like, quote-unquote derogatory or offensive, I think it was more so that it was seen with a negative connotation for a while. considering World War One and Two.
I think it's actually different.
Technology and seeing like different like countries and whatnot. It might be different, but I know the bigotry was there, and then people were like, "Oh, I want to play this. It's a Japanese RPG."
I'm trying to look up some articles to see, because I thought the real reason why it was negative was because it like it was like there was an era where there's like the transition into the Xbox era, and in Western audiences they saw that as an outdated style of gameplay, and so
oh, that could be it too.
So it was essentially like an old style gamers being shitheads, like gamers apparently always are, just about something.
Then call it the best way to always describe every single gamer on the planet is just using that one phrase of the COD lobby will never change.
Yeah.
We have predefined groups of people that play the different games. When people play those games, it is like factually proven that they have similar tendencies and behaviors.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's the article that was actually talking about, because they were talking to the question about Final Fantasy 16. I'm trying to find the useful. Here's the history of it.
FF16 was considered derogatory for calling it a JRPG. That's fucking funny.
Yeah, it came along at about the same time as like anime was getting derided as well. It was the era when like weebs were like starting to be insulted because it's like anime trash.
What year was this?
The 90s.
Like 2006.
Yeah, late 90s,
okay,
early
so I
aughts.
was not really there to remember this.
No, it definitely would have continued up close towards like early 2000s, because that's roughly when I was like in middle school / high school. And I still had like the fallout and all that of like anime being considered like for children.
Yeah,
here
we still have that problem with cartoons and just in general.
Well, yeah, that's true. Here, let me read these.
Yeah, it's always going to happen.
Let me read these two quotes of him. Because one thing he wants to get across is that when we create games, we don't go into them thinking we are creating JRPGs. We are just creating RPGs. The term JRPG is used by Western media rather than users and media in Japan. This is going to depend on who you ask, but there was a time when this term first appeared 15 years ago, and for us as developers, the first time we heard it was like a discriminatory term, as though we were being made fun of for creating these games. And so for some developers, the term JRPG can be something that will maybe trigger bad feelings because of what it was in the past. Wasn't a compliment to a lot of developers in Japan. We understand that recently JRPG has better connotation, and it's being used as a positive, but we still remember the time when it was used as a negative. Yeah, early to mid-aughts, people were quote-unquote post-FF7, and Japanese RPGs were now kind of normal. Gen X mainstream nerds really just didn't like the aesthetic in general and were plenty loud about it. Similar story for anime.
Black.
Yeah. I guess that would kind of explain why I missed it, because I'm not Gen X, so apparently it was those slightly older than me being little bitches about it, but, you know. Gamers never change. They never change.
Gamers never change.
But, like, I would like them to change, I suppose. I want to make it clear that that is a descriptive term, not a prescriptive. I would like them to change. I would like them to be less shitty, but I don't think they're going to. Yeah, so one thing that I definitely wanted to ask about as we were chilling and chatting is you've been meandering about watching some of the various streams of your new demo upcoming. I was curious if you had takes or thoughts or like things that you've been seeing or noticing, and like how has that been?
So there's been a lot of bug fixes already.
Sure. Unsurprising.
Including literal first stream someone found a soft lock.
Excellent.
Less than 20 minutes in, someone found a soft lock, and I was like, that's kind of impressive.
Good job.
Give a man a game, he will break it in a day.
It's true.
But you do that every time you play something, I feel like.
In this case, a woman, because it was Olive who broke my game.
Good for her.
Yeah, it really is the developer curse of, like, you can play every game ever and break it in so many fun and interesting ways that's insanely entertaining. And then you get to your own game, and it will never break for you the way you want to see, like, be broken, and you're just like, well, that sucks.
Not until it gets to the wild, and then someone else will find it.
Yep, and then you're like, God damn it, I want to see that, that's cool. How do I do that?
Damn it. Yeah.
It's like the really funny thing of, I've had, not only Olive, but a few other people be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry I broke your game, this is, like, a really weird thing that's going on, and I'm like, don't apologize, but tell me how you did it. This is hilarious. I want to see this for myself.
Yeah, we gotta see it. We gotta get it. This is exactly when you want things to be breaking.
Yeah, but so I do have like some patches and stuff that are out already, and there is I think one more to come before the demo goes live. One or two more to come before the demo goes live.
Good.
Fixing up a couple little small things here and there, as well as maybe even adding in your lines.
That would be most excellent.
Yeah,
put the best foot forward.
Not being lazy. Although, okay, to be fair, I was waiting until I found a fix for a different audio issue, and I found that one I found that one during this stream.
Well, good job.
Like the fix for the audio issue, so I gotta go through and actually work on all that later.
Yeah.
So it's been funny watching people break the game, and then I've seen there are two distinctive players of the game, which is amazing and hilarious. Those who are blind and cannot figure out what the hell is wrong, even though something is wrong, and those who are Giga Chad beating both difficulties first try.
Interesting.
And I'm just like, I need to make this harder.
Yeah, well, it's just that sort of difference in perspective, or however, it's that how brain work, and some people are just keyed into the way you think and built, and some people are just operating differently.
What's going to be really good, this is a plan for the future. And so I can talk about this without fear of people being spoiled too much. But obviously I'm trying to make this thing multiplayer.
Right.
I shouldn't say trying actively, I know how to make it multiplayer, I just haven't started it yet. One of the things I want to do when I have multiplayer is set up replication conditions to be randomized. What this would essentially...
What do you mean by replication?
So what replication is determining whether an item will actually have all of its stuff copied from the host to a client.
Gotcha.
So something like a widget is not replicated. You do not replicate the UI from one player to another. That's how it works. We don't do that ever. When you do want to do something that's replication, it's when you're moving a character, for example. You want to replicate how the client is moving on the host and vice versa. So what I'm thinking of playing with is a lot of replication in that some people might see the haunt the same way others do, other people might not. And it might appear perfectly fine to someone.
Yeah, so a little bit I know we've both been playing Abiotic Factor, so a little bit like the Layak in a sense, in that...
Correct.
An asymmetrical experience of what is occurring.
Yep.
which I think
one person can see them.
Very
other person
interesting.
Can't even other person can't even interact with them. I think you can flash the layak as the other person.
You can, which is also a very interesting gameplay element of like, help, it's right there. Like it's like right for you. Get it.
So yeah, that works even better then, because it would have a sort of similar effect in this, where like you might be able to see the haunt but not tag it because you don't want to get close to it, but your friend might not see the haunt, but it's still capable of walking over and tagging the thing.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of asymmetrical gameplay in general. And I mean, obviously, that's a relatively light version of asymmetrical gameplay. But, like, I wish more... I understand why more games don't do asymmetrical gameplay, because in a lot of ways you're making...
It's really hard.
Yeah, you're making two games in many ways. But it's so interesting to me to end up, like... doing stuff like that, because I remember I don't remember the name, but for a while there was a game that was rolling around where it was like a RTS game, except it was like a fairly sizable multiplayer game, and then everybody else that wasn't doing the RTS was like units in the game.
First person shooter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that's so cool.
I know which one you're talking about.
To have that like variety of play styles in one experience.
Yeah.
Which I think also is one of the reasons that stuff like Star Citizen or other games of that sort are really like intriguing to me, because you have like, oh, well, you can be flying a ship, you can be manning a ship, you can then drop different people off to be doing direct, FPS style, like, there's more things to do for a more variety of folks in a interesting and fun way.
Yeah, so I'm taking that, and I don't know if you've seen the clips of the game where it's like it's a co-op game where your screens don't match up at all, and it's supposed to be like a puzzle game. One person plays in like the past, and one person plays in the future, and it's like a duck and a bear versus like the two robots or whatever.
Me and Kappa and I have played some puzzle games that are similar to that. I don't know if it's the ones you're describing, but I know the sort, and they are very fun. I know that game exists, and yeah, it's like I want to take that, but I've always wanted to twist it on its head and create a multiplayer Gaslight experience. Sure. So what I'm thinking of doing is not only having the asynchronous, where sometimes you're right and sometimes like where sometimes you just can't see it, but it is there for everyone and you're supposed to tag it and whatnot. But I want to also do the reverse of sometimes you see something that's haunted, but it's not, and only the other players can confirm for you. And I'm thinking the way I do this is it has to build up in like a 3+ player session. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I was like, you have to validate some actual source of truth, which means that you need either some way to validate in game with the two people, or you need at least 3 so that that one random yahoo can be outvoted and be like, you're full of shit. We can all see something different. Exactly, but then I also, have the maps, the maps are surprisingly large for what they are, and so you can definitely get distracted with how many things are going on. So the one random yahoo might be like, hang on, I'm busy! Right. Or, getting, caught down by other haunts that have to interact with the player, etc., and I'm like, that'll be fun, trying to come up with those sort of systems. It's really hard to do that in a setting where you want everything to also work single player, though. Yes. That is one of the big challenges. Well, I mean, I think the obvious example that did some degree of this at the late game was Split Fiction, which, of course, again, requires 2 people. Haven't played it yet. It's very, very good. There's some asymmetrical shenanigans that occur late game that are fantastic, and you should endeavor to enjoy those. But that whole series, of course, does an excellent job of, two player asymmetrical experience. Split Fiction just took it to the next level of like really really enjoyable. I cannot express enough how much you should definitely find an opportunity to play it, because that was like probably one of the highlights of my gaming year last year when I played it. This year, well, I don't know when I played it actually. Whenever that happened.
That's good.
It's very big.
So it's been a lot of wanting to like learn how to do that properly and go through it. But the other one that I've noticed with the people playing the demo is the balancing needs a bit of work.
Oh,
in
sure.
That the easy mode is perfect. The normal difficulty needs to be harder.
Gotcha.
I feel like they shouldn't be on the same level of difficulty, and that they should genuinely be harder on a replay. But that's where the newest system that I'm slowly working on is coming in. I am allowing the map to change slightly between runs.
Ah.
So.
Gotcha. Oh, so it'll be a roguelike now.
The perfect example. Yeah, I'm making a roguelike.
Yeah, random map elements. Roguelike. Got it.
Yep.
Cool.
I mean, if you're getting down to pure technicality, it's actually not far off.
I know.
It's surprisingly close to an original roguelike experience.
That's why so many of those terms are just so much in vibe. Like you have to play a few and then you get the gist of what. Oh, it's like, oh, I see what they're talking about. Just like you gotta, which does not make it a very useful term. But anyway, I digress as I go back to that.
But yeah, one thing that I have that changes already is like there's a stack of chairs that sits somewhere on the map.
Mm-hmm.
When you start, you have to check them because sometimes they start stacked and sometimes they start as a single chair.
Ah, interesting.
And that also changes how they can be haunted. And I'm going to be doing that, but with like more intense elements of like rearranging certain things
and more stuff,
and making it so that like the layout of the map can change ever so slightly, not just like the specifics of an item where it's like I want to do one where the item can just change from being one type of chair to a different type of chair to start. And that's fine. But then I also want to go a little bit further and change it to be like, one time you play the map, these 4 chairs might be in like a semicircle, as where one time they might be in a line.
Sure.
And like one time.
All right, I'm opening up Mega Bonk. It's time for me to get screwing around.
Try to just make the chair have like a little bit more shape.
Oh, I see.
There you
go.
Hey, get out of here, Stealth.
Yeah, you know what? Like brainless Mega Bonk doesn't sound bad.
That's right. We're back to the Mega Bonk.
It's a good brainless game.
It really is. You really don't have to think very much. Although you have to think a little bit more if you actually want to succeed, but you know, you get by.
I mean, yeah, I've been fine so far. I am slowly learning to play one of the hardest characters in the game, though.
Turn it down.
And learning to play that hardest character, like learning to unlock the hardest character, in fact, is what let me send you that screenshot of being top 18% of players in the world to play Mega Bonk.
Yeah, I'm
really proud of that one.
I've been spending, I think, like too much time doing specific stuff to try to like make sure I'm unlocking things that I haven't succeeded as well as I did the last time at the end of stream.
So that's kind of exactly what had to happen for me though, because the character I needed to unlock, his unlock condition was to beat the second stage tier 2.
Yeah.
That and like get another thing up to like I think it was you need the blood magic spell to be level 12, and that's like the first unlock condition.
Right.
And it's like getting that done was a piece of cake. Getting oh, Getting the heckin'...
There you go.
Yeah, sorry. I, the brain farted when looking at my options in the menu. I gotta not do that. I gotta not care. Yeah, so getting the actual blood magic to level 12 was like a piece of cake, and then getting the tier 2 second stage unlock was so fucking annoying.
Yeah, it has been challenging to try to get past that second.
It's so hard. I'm trying to now do it on the forest because I was playing way too much of the desert to start.
Well, and it's sort of interesting to me in this because the power scaling does not go up, I guess, at like the pace that you might expect. And so it's like you kind of have to get...
There's a reason.
Well, the main thing is that, of course, like, you unlock weapon slots, but, like, obviously...
Not just that. There's an actual, like, there's a difference in each run-to-run where there's a reason it's not scaling the way you want it to.
What do you mean? So what is that?
One of the things you can take is an increased difficulty.
Sure.
So if you want to survive the later bits, you have to take the increased difficulty as you go.
Oh, I guess to get the more spawns and the more XP.
That is correct.
Right. Yes, that would make
sense. So he did scaling in a really cool and clever way where the map does scale over time, but not nearly as much as you want it to. And so as a result, you're supposed to be taking difficulty when it shows up, which is why it's a positive take whenever you see it. Like, it shows up as like, legendary take, difficulty is plus 12%.
And the difficulty, does that scale the bosses you end up fighting or just the regular monsters? Because that's...
It only scales the number of mobs that spawn.
Got it. Yeah, that would make
everything else has its own number then. Too. Yep.
Yeah, because like it's usually that boss that eventually pops in, and then you're like, I can't kill this much health. What the heck?
Yep. I thought that the difficulty system is probably the most clever I've seen in something like this, where it does force you to interact with the difficulty and how it forces you to interact with how unseen systems work.
Yeah.
Because if you don't interact with those unseen systems, you're never going to progress far enough. And yet, in fact, on that one that I hit top 18% of players, my difficulty was an extra 72% higher in the end. Because I just needed that many mobs to get the kills.
To get the... Yeah, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Guess I'll have to be pulling the... Well, this is promising. I need to be pulling the difficulty when I see those.
Yeah, there's also... So the three different ones that'll help you in the late game is that one, the elite spawn chance, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Because elite spawn chance doesn't actually increase how much health they have, weirdly.
Just makes more of them, which gives you that more value.
Yep. Okay, well, I can't hit anything with a storm like this.
Scorpion.
But yeah, I was very hesitant with this game because I'm actually not a giant fan of Vampire Survivors, surprisingly. I do really like it, don't get me wrong. It's not a go-to game of mine or anything.
I enjoyed it, but it quickly became something that I was just kind of done with. I was like, oh, I can appreciate that as a game and it's enjoyable, and then I'm kind of moving on with my life because it's whatever.
I think for me, what ended up happening is the unlock system is eventually in Vampire Survivors, the unlocks get either a little too specific or a little too challenging. And I'm like, I don't want to do that for some random item I'm never going to use.
Yeah, I think that was a big part of what my issue was as well, because I hit a point where I wasn't having enough fun in the middle of the run to keep me going for the meta progression. I was just I'm kind of done.
And then once you get like your ultimate build too, or like your funniest build, it's like, yeah, you did it, you won.
Yeah, right. It's like, well, I'm fishing for this exact set of things that I know are going to just be the thing, and then like it makes runs very binary. It's like either the run is an exact success, or it's like, why am I even here? Right? Like that's.
Yeah. I think what this game does to counteract it in, like, the really cool ways... At first, I was so confused as to why people called it, like, Vampire Survivors and Risk of Rain. Because just off of a visual look, it does not look anything like Risk of Rain. Even like a Risk of Rain run, it just doesn't look like one. Of course you're giving me a fucking knockback film, whatever. But then I slowly learned about, like, the items that you get in between each and everything, where it's like, a chest will have a random item.
Exactly.
Just like Risk of Rain.
That's very much like Risk of Rain.
Not only that, but it also is one of those things where those items have their own synergies that build into a different build than what you would expect, like in Risk of Rain. Where it's like, in Risk of Rain, you have the crit lenses and you have the scope. And those work really well together. But then you have, like, I don't know, crit lenses and the fucking tri-tip, where it's like, they don't technically work well together because your bleed damage doesn't scale off of your crit damage.
Uh-huh.
So you don't need to care nearly as much.
Yeah, and it's...
But in this game, definitely copies that in that...
Yes. And that gives a much more sort of, like, robust system of that, like, dopamine hit of, like, opening shit and getting stuff and seeing, like, the build move in the right direction. And not only that, but, like, mechanically speaking, it's just more fun to move around in this game. Like, just...
That's true.
Directly, it's fun to traverse and evade and, like, play the game moment to moment than Vampire Survivor, which is a very simplistic control mechanism.
I also really like the unlock conditions, for the most part, being relatively simple. So you're unlocking random things you never thought you would see, literally just by playing the game.
Yeah, like, it was...
And then
was...
instead of...
hours of straightforward playing and just, like, getting stuff before I even had to, like, feel like I needed to go check and be like, okay, what do I need to be doing to be progressing?
And I feel like even then, once I, like, personally, once I did check, I was like, oh, this is all stuff I could just get doing runs. Like, the only time it's ever super specific is when you're looking for, like, a character customization unlock. Where it's like, oh, if I want, you know, a specific skin as the dude I'm playing as now, Vlad, it's like, you gotta play as Vlad and do some cool things.
Yeah.
But to get an item, you don't have to play as Vlad to get any one given item. You just need to build it to be funny enough on any character. So it's like, just doing those little different build synergies will eventually get you the things anyway.
Do you want it to just be two seats really far apart? The front of the car?
The one thing that I do find a bit annoying is that sometimes it seems to get stuck giving me the same thing repeated. Like, stop it. Hey, Whitney. How's it going?
I think the whole point of that is to encourage the meta progression of, like, buying refreshes and stuff.
That is a distinct possibility.
Of, like, it might actually be weighted to give you certain things more than others. Just so that if you do want to avoid them, you have to, like, go through the meta progression.
Based on, like, how I feel like the things up here, that feels like that is accurate. Like, they're just... A run gets some kind of weight associated with different stuff, and it's just, like, a different...
Yeah.
Sort of graph of likely drops, and it's like, you get this one today, and it's like, okay.
Yep. Sometimes it's like, hey, here's every poison item in the game. Other times it's like, what is poison? Does that exist?
Yeah. And it's like, it seems to sort of like pick a preferred defense for runs, and it's like just throwing evasion at me, and I'm like, I didn't really want to do evasion this time, guys. Like, thanks, I guess. Like,
so one of the best metagame things you can actually get for that, by the way, is there is a meta unlock that allows you to toggle off purchased items.
Yeah, I saw that one coming up. I haven't gotten there yet, but I did see that one is an option.
Yeah, that one's also nice for being able to like play a little more tailored to your playstyle.
Yeah. Because there are
I think I actually
lot
have
of
the
items.
Evasion Tome. Yeah, I think I actually have the Evasion Tome off, because I'm like, I don't want to do evasion. I want to see the funny shield build. But, needless to say, like, I'm like, making games like this is also what's really cool. Or, like, watching people make games like this is what's really cool about being a developer, is, like, you can pick apart those little things that people do just from a developer standpoint, and you're like, ah, cheeky. I see why that works that way.
Yeah.
You thought you could sneak it in, but I know your tricks. I know why it's doing that. Like, for example, when you pick up an item, one of the really funny things I've noticed is that every item technically has a sprite that is just drawn in the world. None of it's actually drawn on your HUD or in the UI. And he just places it in the perfect spot for you to see it, so that when you end up having it, as it disappears, you'll notice it transitions and becomes really small in that spot instead.
Interesting. I don't think I've actually paid enough attention to see that. Ow, 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 lasers.
Okay, I'm supposed to be finding the actual final shrine, because I hit the time limit, so I go through and start this boss fight.
Honestly, that's the hardest thing if you're really playing brain empty, like on stream, is suddenly realizing that you were screwing around for too long. You're like, oh shoot, I was supposed to find something.
I mean, my whole bit is that I like to play games extra hard, where I will handicap myself from the very beginning of learning how to play the game, so that when I do learn how to play other elements, I can just blend it in a little bit better. And it works surprisingly well. Where it's like, in this game, I know how to survive and move around a little bit when I'm getting knocked around, just because I've crossed the time limit so much that I don't pay attention to it.
Right.
Also, that time I did not have the build ready, so I died.
Oh, that's so much attack speed. Thank you. Oh, it's so good.
What I have to do is this, dude. Kill enemies, first stage, under 6.
Man, I have
Final boss, rank 100.
I have got a pretty good setup going. I lucked out. So I'm playing Calcium, the Bone Boy.
Yep.
And I lucked out in getting the higher move speed equals higher attack speed boots, like, right out of the gate. And I was like, oh, it's a good day.
Those are a boot?
It's the... Yeah, or the skates, technically.
I thought those were just built into him.
No, so he has the one that increases damage based on speed. And then there are legendary boots that increase attack speed. So if you get the ones... Oh, here. The turbo skates. The faster you move, the more attack speed you gain. Which goes very well with his passive.
Gotcha.
And then you get both of them.
You know who else that would work really good with? Character I'm playing as right now is Bandit. His whole thing is he has a weapon that has a chance to instant kill.
Ah, interesting.
Anything. And his like passive is every level he gains 1% extra attack speed.
Excellent. Yeah.
So projectile count is really fun.
Yeah, I bet.
He was actually what I got that top 18% with, because I was just trying so hard. But all of this being said, I'm like, you know what? I have yet to actually ask today, Pony.
Yeah, what's that?
I've yet to come to the actual point of the stream that I really like. This is what got me to be like, we're just going to do it just chatting. I don't care if we're playing anything in the background. I don't care what's happening.
Right.
Just be just chatting.
Yeah, I was like, I assumed you had a purpose because you were just like, hey, are you available next Thursday? I was like, sure. And then it was like, hey, what are we doing today? That's a message I sent earlier, everyone. I was just like, what are we doing? I don't know what a thumbnail I should have. Oh, shit.
And I quite literally responded with just chatting.
Like, who knows? Just stuff. Okay.
Yep, I said just chatting, don't really have anything special planned.
But you had a plan. Oh.
Had a plan all along.
I had a question. Not a plan.
I
had a question.
Plan to ask a question.
I guess, yeah, but I was like, it's not that the question was going to take this long, it was that I just thought it would also be a good chance to be like, hey, let's like chat on stream about stuff.
So many free chat.
But you've started working on your own game.
Yes, and
that you've started writing, which honestly I will say is more than 90% of wannabe gamers out there.
Well, yeah, and especially with this particular goal or like game plan, the writing is like 85% of the damn thing. Oh, hey, Skullbolt. Yeah, because I and a friend have been trying to find a way to get a game made between the two of us for a while, but we both have challenges in accomplishing that. I am too busy by my own misfortunate plans, and he has ADHD, and so, like, when we both have full-time jobs. So, like, trying to be like, oh, yeah, we'll just make a game is really, really hard. But as we've kind of continued to try, right, we have, oh, here's a new idea, try that, here's a new idea that we've been trying to figure out, like, okay, so what can we do to make it more likely to succeed? And one thing that we've kind of moseyed our way towards, or what I'd really brought up, because he's not nearly as interested in a sort of text-based adventure style story, but I like that sort of thing, and it's very easy to, like, code the framework that makes it happen. So I was like, okay, I can put more time into writing if I can, you know, just sit down and find time, and then once I get that accomplished, then it's like, now we can just pull the framework together, and then I can, like, make it happen.
Here's the big question, though. When you say that, you really gotta know what the genre is you're actually trying to make, and it's a question of, is it a text adventure or a visual novel?
It is not a visual novel.
Adventure.
It is... So it is closer, what I have intended, is closer to being a, like, choose-your-own-adventure book in the form of a game with, like, the potential for small, like, gameplay element, puzzly sort of interstitials to sort of supplement the overall story. They keep giving me movement speed boosts. This is working great for me.
You're making Undertale without visuals?
Kind of, except, like, less gameplay elements and more narrative, and with the intention of it being also quite short. Like, my expectation would be to be like 1 to 2 hours to go through a storyline, and the storylines are, I hope to have like 4 to 5 endings, but I don't know if that will work. So, like, it's kind of like a short story, interactive short story is the idea, I guess. Yeah, and Scobolt says, like, kill the princess but without visuals is accurate in ideology, if not scope, because I do not intend to hit the scope of freaking Slay the Princess.
So, yeah, I was gonna say, that's... So your biggest challenge with, like, a differential on that one, too, is trying to find a way... it's gonna come down to, like, I guess technically marketing, like, it's all considered marketing, but... what the challenge will... Yeah, basically. Telling anyone about anything is just marketing.
Yeah.
But what it'll come down to is basically trying to find the right way to word it, because it's like, the question is, how branching is the path? Can you go on a completely different, separate story?
Right.
Or, like, is it just one of those things where it's like, you made a different decision, Telltale style, next episode, nothing's gonna matter.
Right.
Or
that is very much true. And for this, like, first endeavor, my expectations are very modest in scope, simply because, like, a big part of what we've been aiming towards is just, like, we'd like to just get something actually out. Like, whatever scale that is, however small, just, like, make something happen so that, like, we've got it under our belt and can sort of iterate and, like, see how it does and move forward from there.
I mean, that was me with the car game, actually.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, that car game, the map was made in, I think, like 2 or 3 days, something like that. Something stupid small enough for a game jam. Where they're like, yeah, just make only a theme. Good luck. And I was like, cool, I have no idea how the hell you're gonna do that. So I was like, I put a car on a thing that goes up. And made it hard. And I had to, like, flesh out the map, obviously, balance it a lot, but, like, in the end...
Yeah,
I just upgraded my crit damage as this dude, and I feel stupid for doing so, considering his crit is instant kill.
And
I'm like, yeah, crit damage is gonna do me wonders, huh?
Another thing about it is, of course, that an additional motivation was also that, like, it's a decent opportunity for me to continue narrating stories, because I really did like my YouTube story narrations, but YouTube hated them. So I was just like, I guess I'll find a different avenue to get to narrate stories, even if that's me writing them myself or whatever. And who knows, maybe it will not work as well. One benefit of this is that it will very easily be functional on PC and mobile devices, which mobile devices as a, like, game place to sell and things is a whole ass mess. But
I know exactly what you need to look into. I have a perfect game for you that I'm like, you could benefit greatly if you give your game one little twist that I've only ever seen one game do before. So I have to refine the name of it and everything. But the whole point of it was a, like, choose your own adventure, choose your own, like, path, text adventure on mobile. But the whole point was that you were playing from the perspective of, like, not a NASA operator, but, like, a space engineer who was, like...
I played that game.
Talking in a text prompt.
Yep, that is...
And the key twist, I think, that would make it perfect for you, Poe, is you do that, but you have to keep in that real-time perspective.
Yeah.
Because that's what is, like, really hard to remember about that game, but was such a, like... Well, it was a thing that made you come back to it, because all the notifications made it look like a text message was, like, given to you.
Yes, I did. I played that. There's actually 2 of those. One of them was
There's so
the
many
NASA.
There's a lot.
Well, 2 from the specific, like, I think there are more than 2.
Yeah, no, there's more than 2.
I remember there was that one, and then there was one that you were dealing with someone in an alternate dimension.
Yes.
And I really did like those.
Their key thing, I think, that definitely helped sell them a lot more was absolutely that real-time aspect, because what it did was it transformed it from, like, just being a text adventure to an actual, like, interactive story. Like, you have this person you are communicating with that has to do things in real time.
Oh, shit! I died.
That you then have to, like, you know, return to the conversation to understand what's going on.
Yeah,
you can't just abandon them. And you just get so hooked on it that it was...
I actually go back to that story a lot as an example of, I think, one of the best applications of a mobile game, because most 100%. Mobile games I don't like, because it's just a terrible form factor to try to play games on. But those games treated your phone like a phone, and then played with that idea. Like, it used the platform correctly to give you a unique experience, which I thought was really cool. And this particular story that I'm writing, I don't think fits with that, but I do think that that's a reasonable idea to also require a lot less writing. I think that is a decent idea.
Here's my thought process on this, though, is that everything can fit if you make it. So when thinking about it as a mobile phone, and like that whole perspective, even if you're set in like a medieval era, you could definitely phrase it in a really weird way of like you are reading ancient like photographs of ancient scripts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you could be like, we have like this really weird parchment that if we write on it, you know, the people back then could read it. So what if we like tell you, hey, get out of there? What is the script change to say?
Was that the Necronomicon? Cobalt asked me. What, back here? Maybe. Oh, that's the cursed tome you probably saw. Which also makes a lot more sense now to build up. And
another one is also like, say you're setting the thing up to be like an LA Noire style Eldritch horror, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could have it be like a police report app.
Okay,
they're tracking some like one of your cops through.
Yeah, there are definitely ways. I don't think I will do that for this first one, but I do think that idea does in fact have legs. Well, and especially the thing is I also never really intended them to be exclusively mobile, which I feel like that will sort of require.
Not necessarily, because I was also going to get into a different bit of like, if you do this, what you really do to nail it is if you want to release it to the public, you have to make 2 versions, unfortunately. But it's not hard to make 2 versions because you're just changing an overlay, in which you change one overlay to look like a desktop app that you would see on some cop's computer, as where the other overlay or the other overlay is built to fit more of that mobile style. Like, it looks like you're reading the reports from your phone.
So don't worry about that. Scobolt pointed out that I'm playing the bush on the desert level, which, yes, I suppose that is a little bit more suspicious than otherwise, but don't worry about it.
You're a tumbleweed.
I'm a green-ass tumbleweed.
There's, like, green creatures in this. You probably just got slime on.
The bush is a very funny character.
Yeah, he is. I have been playing lately and loving the Bandit and Vlad are my 2 like go-tos. Mostly Vlad. Like, Vlad was because I had to go through that suffering torment to unlock him.
Uh-huh. Ow, ow.
But I unlocked the Bandit along the way, and I'm like, you know, I do kind of like the Bandit. He's not bad. He's easy to make funny. And he looks cool.
This is muy bad. He is, yes, he is extremely slow compared to what I was just doing. Part of that is just what happens when you start a new run, which also is a big part of like what sort of a lot of times ultimately gets me to stop playing these sorts of games, is just because like like Vampire Survivors, the difference between the end of a run and the beginning of the run is so insanely stark. And with the beginning of the run, like, not being mechanically entertaining, it's like, you finish a run, you feel good about how, like, crazy your build ended up, and then you're like, God, do I really have to start here again? Like, is it here again?
I think that's where you change up the character you play on.
Yeah, well, and that's really, I think this one will do much better than that. But Vampire Survivors was just like, the level 1 experience of Vampire Survivors was just like a boring 3 minutes. It's just like, nothing you're doing, just like, not much going on.
Yeah, that's true.
Ow, I ran into a cactus.
But yeah, I'm excited to see what kind of like games you make, because I like seeing those sort of stuff other people do.
Yeah, I really, really just want to be able to find like the time and motivation to do that, because it's just been like, so I have been in, at this point, in the sort of the corpo development scene for 13 years, and it begins to wear making shit that no one cares about. Like,
you mean you don't like working for a cyberpunk dystopia?
No, I do not. I know this may come as a surprise to many of the viewers based on my various talking points.
In technology. Oh my god.
But yes, I'm not.
You mean the dude who has a sentient AI VTuber likes technology?
But
and user friendliness?
Yeah, it's
wow.
We've gone through like eras in that sort of the tech space and the developer like workspace, in that like for many years it was fine and fun just because it was like, you know, collaborating, getting to work on things, getting to create things, and that was cool and all. And then things have just been sort of derailing over time as the dystopia has really started to set in, I guess. Because, like, the corporations just care less and less about anything except for the profit. And, like, at this point, I've just been spending years making a lot of, well, I spent a lot of years working on QSR, quick serve restaurant apps. That's happened to end up being my specialty at my office. I mean that to happen. That was just the projects that came up. And then I spent like freaking year and a half where I worked on the Android app, the iPhone app, the kiosk app, their freaking Apple Watch app on this one company. And then I was like, yep, now I know all of the shit. It's like, yeah, if you want something about a QSR, I guess, give me a call. And it's like, I'm so tired of making apps that, like, my experience of going somewhere and thinking like, gee, I'd like to order from this restaurant, and then going to their website and being like, hey, download the app. It's like, I do not want another goddamn app. Like, I do not want another
I think
one.
That should be like a criminal thing to do.
Yeah, and it's just like,
an app?
The thing that sucks
for
is
you to require an app to order from a restaurant.
Yeah, it's just like, and it's then, you know, it's like, yep, that's my job. That's the thing I do. I work on the applications that nobody wants, and it's just like, cool.
It's like I feel like telling someone to download that app is almost the same as being like, yeah, you can have Uber Eats as long as we have a key to your door.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is that, like, over the years, the corporate tech scene has shifted heavily from human-centric design and, like, this general, like, optimism around, like, tech and what you're doing. And then it's just, like, dark practices in UX have gone crazy. They are the standard, and it just doesn't matter how much we're like, people hate this. Like, could we not develop this? Because, like, people hate it. Like, are you trying to make your app, like, objectively shittier in a way that no one wants it to be? And they're like, yeah,
apparently yes.
It will make us some more money. It's like, okay. Because, like, for example, the recent discussion that I had to, like, I am fortunate that no one higher up from the client was around, because I definitely shot my mouth off more than I should have in a work meeting. But I'm definitely about to die. Was that they...
Because you're talking too much about other apps that they're going to come after you, know? We can help with that.
What they were asking us to do, like the work that they wanted us to do, was to, if a guest... If a person was using the app as a guest, so they don't sign up, they don't have an account, like a membership account, as it were, they wanted us to then require they enter an email for the order, which is, sure, fine, send them a receipt or whatever, and behind the scenes, without giving an option to uncheck, or even, like, they'll have some fine print at the bottom that says it's going to happen, that it is going to enlist them in their email list to just email them shit.
That's illegal now.
And I was like, you have got to be kidding me that you're just going to freaking add them to an email list without... So, like, you can't complete a guest order without giving them an email to email shit to. And it's like... I guess their defense was like, well, you can get online afterwards and remove your email from, like, our club list or whatever. And I was like, bro, this is horse shit. And so that's the type of shit that I deal with now at work. And I'm like, I am having so much less fun doing this than I did 10 years ago. I cannot express how much I hate this. Like... And it's just like, well, I sure do like continuing to make a paycheck, so yeah, whatever, I guess I'll do this. It was very frustrating, which is why I continue to push towards, like, I would really like to find a way to start making games, because at least it's something someone will, like, care about.
Man. I was going to try to unlock a character skin. And I did unlock the character skin. I just wasn't ready for what it was going to be called. But I guess I should have seen it coming, of like... When you change skins in this game, they're always just the name of the color followed by the character. So I went from the black bandit to the green bandit, and I'm about to evolve to the white bandit, and I'm like, that's not
nice.
Oh no.
that will happen.
The yellow, the bandit, red bandit, brown bandit.
Yeah, you
it's
just
like if they were all Power Ranger colors, then sure, I can kind of see it. But it's like you start as the black bandit, then you become the white bandit. This is so not okay.
As long as you're not the brown bandit. Nobody wants the brown bandit.
Brown might be better than the green bandit here.
Maybe. I don't want anything that the brown bandit is trying to take. Apparently the brown bandit has a very particular taste in thievery, or so it would seem. Ow.
Just calling it the white bandit is what I wasn't ready for. It's like, okay, hang on, wait. No, you can't say that.
I don't know if this run's
but this game does get away with... This game does get away with saying a lot of things
my
shit,
ass
which
is
is
dead.
like... Where,
I'm gonna ask you this. What kind of sink do you want to sink to me? I made the handle.
Looking sink.
Well, what kind of spout do you want?
You already made this boat, did you not? What is this? What?
No, it's just
I can't
base
afford
right now. I could either make it go up and up, and it can either go like the swoop D, or it can just go straight out like a weird bathroom sink.
No, it needs to be the really old, like, swoop D.
The swoop D? Okay.
Yeah, the very old, like, rustic-looking swoop D.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Played this character
Well,
yet?
because it's like, their RV is supposed to be terrible, right?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not have that impression.
The actual, like, RV itself is not up to code.
I mean, I you know, it's not a full travel RV because, like, one of the bathrooms is gone and there's no fridge.
Yep.
But like, I don't know, it's got a microwave in like water.
I'm just now
It's got a
noticing.
microwave. Therefore it's a fine RV.
Yeah. Bro, there's apartments here that only give you like a hot plate. That's it.
The FOV
No
on this is
kitchen.
kind of wild. Stuff
No
at the
kitchen
edge of the
sink.
screen looks so short. Super scrunched.
What are you doing? My FOV doesn't look anything like that. What?
Well, it might be because I'm playing on an ultra wide, but I noticed like when the shrines are at the edge of my screen, they are so squat.
I gave you a early demo code for Haunted Science, correct?
Yes.
Would you be willing to take a screenshot of, like, or not even take a screenshot, but, like, either, I guess, a phone camera image of, like, what the game looks like on your ultra-wide with it using the resolution I gave you?
Yeah, I can do that at some point.
I specifically put in your resolution, and someone else had to ask for a different resolution that led me to a bug that made the UI look all wonky when changing resolutions, and that's since been fixed. So I'm like, I kind of want to know if it actually works on ultra-wide too now, or if I need to add other support.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that later.
Because this is like an actual game thing that's been on my mind for a while, and I really need to make a video about it. Where I want to make the video rant of optimization is dead.
Yep. It's in bad shape. It's so bad.
No, it's gone. It doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, some people still do it.
The moment DLSS is required is like, it's gone. It doesn't exist.
God, I hate DLSS. Well, really, let me broaden that to God, I hate NVIDIA. let me expand on that statement.
Well, DLSS in particular is just as bad. And it's not even just NVIDIA that does DLSS.
Well, what's frustrating is that DLSS could be something that serves a purpose, but, like, the expected use of it has gone insane. Because
optional.
Because I think DLSS could be a very useful tool to extend the life of older GPUs. When you're like, it lets you not have to buy a new GPU for just a little bit longer, because it's like, okay, well, I can't play the new games anymore, but now I'll just DLSS a little bit higher, and then now I can at least run them and carry forward. And like that, I think, is the appropriate use for DLSS. But as soon as it was like, oh, we can get a little more performance, it's just like, yeah, now the optimal way to play a new game is with DLSS. And it's like, why would you do that?
No, it shouldn't be required. It's the same with ray tracing.
Yes, freaking required ray tracing is some horse shit.
That's why I didn't like what was it?
Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones. Thank you. The fact that the game requires ray tracing is like it's horseshit.
I agree. I had wacky ass performance behavior out of that game. A lot of people had praised it, and I was like, I had weird times trying to run that.
I virtually cannot tell why they were praising it until I watched someone who had like a very, very modern computer running it.
Yeah.
And then they were like, oh yeah, the ray tracing is fine. It's like actually really nice on this thing. And I'm like, you're running the most modern computer you can. Ray tracing should be nice on it. That's what you paid for.
Yeah, and that's the other piece of the problem is that, like, some of the prices and the SKUs of the video cards that NVIDIA are putting out is such dog shit. Like, it's insane that they keep putting out 8GB VRAM GPUs. It's like, you can't even run DLSS on this thing. Will you stop? It's insane to me.
It's one of those things where I'm just like, the moment I saw that it was required in a game, I was like, well, optimization's dead.
Well, yeah, it's that, and it's just like, it's the same monopolistic sort of market capture horseshit that NVIDIA has always done and just continues to do. Because, like, the physics and all of the various things that are proprietary NVIDIA only, and then they pay a bunch of money to the game companies so that, you know, they want to use those, and then it just makes other brand GPUs run like shit because it's like they can't get at those aspects of the game, and it's just like the whole problem.
Yep. The Curse Tome tells you exactly what difficulty does when you unlock it.
Oh, God.
Difficulty increases enemy quantity, health, speed, and strength. So I thought it was only quantity that is incorrect.
Yeah, so it does do the other stuff. I wonder if that carries over to bosses as well.
I would imagine so, because they're enemies.
Guess I'll take the banana ring. Or not.
Like, unfortunately, Desert is just where I'm gonna hit tier 3 first, because it's just so much easier.
I had a much easier... I made it to tier 3 on... Well, I didn't complete tier 3, but... Yeah, I had a much easier time on the forest map myself.
I just think it's easier for me to spot everything when it's like such a flat plane and you can see in the distance. And you don't have to like keep going up and down all these ramps where speed is extra annoying. Like on the desert, speed isn't a full requirement, it's just knowing how to manipulate the speed. I have a guaranteed yellow,
there are
shield, luck, or lifesteal. Someone else pick for me.
There are some sort of setup, I guess you would say, like that do end up pretty rough on forest, because there's like the random way that like different enemies become like the main enemy, depending like you load in, and it's like they just pick something different or whatever. Man, I had some rough ones on the forest where I was trying to play the ogre with the axes, and boy, was I having trouble getting the axes to work, because like they kept throwing those stupid exploding like pustule guys at me, and I was like, I can't kill them before they start exploding. Please stop.
I will say it's very similar on desert in like other builds too of the scorpions.
The scorpions, it can be a real pain in the ass if they keep throwing cactuses and you didn't bring anything long range, and you're just like, please come over here.
There's a better one that's way worse on the desert, actually, for how bad this can be. And it's the stupid fucking little bone balls. If you play anyone
dealing with bone balls at the moment.
If you play anyone that's not the skeleton, early game bone balls are just a run killer. You're just done.
Yeah.
You're gone.
They are an inconvenience, to be sure.
Their speed is just... It's something that if you don't already have the speed, you will not outrun them, and it will make it hard on you. If you have jumps, you can kind of get away from them, like, a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh, not worth this.
But yeah, it's been interesting hearing from like your perspective of like how you would want to go about making a game. Because you also hit the other like weird niche end of the spectrum of knowing what a limit is in game development.
Wait, what is?
What a limit is.
Oh, yeah.
Poe surprisingly has like expectations for roughly how big he wants this game to be before he releases it.
Well, and I mean
every other
absolutely
gamer,
toasted.
Every other gamer in existence will always just be like, okay, but I could add this, and then I was thinking I could do something like this.
Well, and that's why it's like we come from a very interesting like side perspective. Me and my friend who were trying to make games together, because we both work at the same company right now. He's a developer. I'm a quality engineer, and so like we work in agile teams. Like we know development practices and like how you iterate, how you set up sprints, how you set up your backlog, how you do, minimum viable products,
programmer knowledge,
how you move a project to completion is like something we know. The problem is like we're both too goddamn busy. We can't so like that's where we get that knowledge of like set up our MVP and work towards completing it and like getting it out and iterating. Like we know about that. It's just like it do be a struggle.
I would say there's still one key. I would say there's one key difference still in all of this, and that's that you guys are a duo who has been in the same field.
Correct.
Specifically, if you take like I have been in that field before, I still get scope creep all the goddamn time.
Oh yeah, you definitely will.
I think what ends up happening is it actually comes into it with that duo perspective of getting things done together. Because I think it's like the moment you're alone and you're set free, you're just like, I could do anything.
It's like I could get that in there. I could, yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely helps because like we actually had worked on the same team before at our job. I mean, that's where we met. So like, yeah, we have that distinct advantage, which is why it's kind of so frustrating and why we keep trying to find ways to like make it work, because it's like we know that we can make this work if we can just find the time to get started and get moving. And it's like life just constantly in the way. It's just like, please.
Okay, starting is the hardest part.
We just want to make some games, please.
Honestly, starting really is the hardest part. She's not wrong.
Yeah, no,
It was like, until I had a game out, I did not have confidence in my ability to put out a game whatsoever. I put out the car game, and everything washed away instantly. I was like, it's done. I have a game. I have proven to myself and to others that I can be a developer, and that I can do this, and I know how to listen to feedback, and I know how to like make a game work and program it. And honestly, for a first game, I still think car game was surprisingly impressive at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, like not many people actually make a multiplayer game.
That is true.
Is the physics still broken in multiplayer though?
Probably, but I need some help testing, and I just don't have any person. I'm probably gonna get Donor involved on that soon.
Uh-huh.
I think I've actually like gone in and learned somewhat how to fix it, and I'm just gonna like keep trying with Donut on how to fix the thing. So we'll see.
The walk cycle of Mega Chad is so funny to me.
His music is also like incredibly good. It just is like the Mega Chad music.
I am done with the RV layout for now. I'm spectating. For a tour of my it's not my crib.
Oh, I can't walk through the water.
You're Connie, is it not your crib?
Not my crib. I even made the cabinet doors open because I don't know, I feel like this is like this is completely by two a lot.
I see.
Armor.
Check.
Yeah.
Let's see it. my god.
Oh, that's what I put it away.
Owie.
But then if I want to reset, I don't have to drag them all back. I can just say transform, clear transformation all.
Like, the worst part is, if I were to see this in a game, I'd be like, why did you bump those and not just make them separate objects? I could just put them.
Well, it's because it's easier for me to edit them all at the same time, and they don't have to be.
I know.
It's more annoying if they're independent in this case.
I know.
If anything, it's why are the top doors and the bottom doors separate objects? It's because I copy paste them. Version them.
But yeah, like, seeing the different perspective though is what I really wanted to get out of it today alone, was just like,
sure.
I wanted to know how it is, like, you actually, like, have this perspective and everything. I'm like, I'm learning that right now too, which is good. But it's like, it was one of those things where I'm like, damn, Poe has a really weirdly different mindset for making any game. What the hell happened?
Yeah, well, and a lot of that is simply because it's a matter of, like, all of the things that have not yet worked, and so it's like, okay, so how can we try to make it work, and then ending up where we are.
I think one of the biggest differences too is the fact that you like actually have someone else that you're trying to get to work with you.
Right. Yes, that's a huge part.
And it's like,
for sure,
that changes so much, because if I were to try to, like, I'm actively trying to get someone to work with me now. In that, one of my friends on Discord here, Donut Boy, is like showing an interest in gaming and willing to like learn from me, and I'm like, if you learn from me, I'm gonna ask you to work with me. Because I'm okay to teach anyone. I've taught people how to make games before. I used to run the tutoring thing. So that part's fine. What I really need is like the new perspective of someone I can actually work with. Oh my god, am I gonna die just because this dude has no starting health?
Alright, we're gonna... I don't know, this feels like a not that cohesive build, but whatever, we're gonna figure it out.
But yeah, so like seeing the different perspective is what I was like, man, I need to hear this. Why is it so different? And then I'm also like, now it's also changing even more this week for me in particular, because while I've made the card game before, I've never made something that's been like widely seen and accepted by people.
Sure.
Like, card game, I had a few of you play one night, and I was like, yeah, it's the card game. You can play on stream, whatever. I fuck with it, you would know. And this game, Haunted Science was like, I took a shot in the dark being like, I don't think this is going to happen.
Ow.
If it happens, it's funny. I don't think it's going to happen. And then, sure enough, I tried it, and it's like, yeah, I got a total of 9 different streamers all trying to play the game before the beta comes out.
Which is awesome.
It's amazing. I'm so happy.
Oh no!
That's happening.
Don't box me out from the heart. Oh god!
It also definitely shifts perspective from like what I'm used to, because I think what's happened a lot right now is other people being like, "Hey, how?" Or like they're also new to, you know, trying out a game for the first time, I think.
Sure, yeah,
like,
I mean, that...
really let this actually, like, start. Hello, Abdul. And I think what that then changed is I've had the question now that I never thought you would ever have as a developer, where I'm like, interesting. Where someone asked me, like, how much feedback am I allowed to give? Like, how much nitpicking am I allowed to do? All of it.
All of it?
Yeah, I'm like, isn't that the point?
Yeah.
Of like doing something like this, and I've just never.
Damn it!
If you had told me that that was going to be a question I got asked more than once,
to be fair,
the beta for my demo, I'm like, I legitimately wouldn't believe you.
Yeah, to be fair, the concept and practice of feedback is something that a lot of people could use a lot more education on how that works.
Yeah.
That is also one of the many benefits that has come out of at least the place that I work at. It's diminished now. I was at it was much more of a startup feel when I started working there, and then it got bought by a bigger, but not like enormous company. And so it's like learning feedback and how feedback works. And like everybody could use more of that. It's like the number of yahoos that just pop into a stream and fire off the dumbest shit they think of, like in the chat, is wild. And is like, bro,
well, okay,
you have got to.
I think it's difference between the fact that when you ask for feedback, people are like, okay, but how much feedback is what really threw me off,
that is also wild. Like asking for feedback obviously is like that is the golden ticket, is like, oh, I am looking for feedback from you. But it's like,
yes, exactly.
The other side of that is also people are bad at unprompted. Like it's just like people just don't understand the sort of like framework for feedback.
I haven't had a terrible amount of unprompted feedback is the thing, where I'm like, I don't notice people, trying to tell me how to stream a game. Or like, I don't have a lot of people backseating anything about my streams, weirdly. Which is fine. I'm okay with that because I honestly don't want it to be backseated in how I do my streams.
It happens occasionally. Honestly, though, it happens to women a whole lot more, and it's, of course, horse shit, but, like,
I know.
That is the way of it. It's just like, oh, you probably don't know this. It's like, they know that, you dumbass. Get out of here. But it's just one of those things that's so frustrating, because it's like, dude, all you have got to do is be like, hey, are you open to feedback? Of course, like, the thing is I say that, and it's like, of course that's not what's going to, like, the type of person that is going to roll into a stream and say something stupid as, like, unprompted feedback. Yeah, that's not the type of person that's, like, cognitive, like, emotionally intelligent enough to be like, maybe this feedback is unwanted. Like, they can't even think that hard. Like, it's like, of course that's not gonna work. So, really,
I think the only time I've ever...
Go ahead.
Given... No, you finish.
I was just...
I'm bad at interrupting people.
No, I was just rambling off into, like... I don't even remember what I was gonna say. It was unimportant rant conclusion. Merely a period to the statement. You can carry on.
Sometimes people ask for feedback and either only accept praise and strong points or specific violence. Either it's a social problem on both ends and recipient and giver. Yeah, I think the only time I've ever actually given unprompted stream advice is quite literally to Poe the other day. Just once the other day, when I was telling him how the channel point system works on my channel, and being like, here's how you should do this, because as a YouTube streamer, this works flawlessly.
Yeah, it's just like, there's also, people are just not well trained in how you are supposed to give constructive feedback.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's also a challenge frequently. That
I also think it's one of those things where it's like, at least from our perspective, it's like you and I at least know each other well enough to the point where I have insinuated that you understand that I would not care if you did not actually implement that as a stream thing.
Yeah, it's like, yes. So it's obviously, broadly speaking, like that sort of feedback conversation amongst friends is like, it's a different sort of engagement, obviously. And it's like, yeah. The other thing is like, and part of that, of course, is knowing the person you're talking to enough to be like, I know that I'm confident enough to just ignore feedback if I want to. And I know you have interacted with me enough to know that also. Like, it's that that also about me. So it's like, everybody is
it's like, as
fine.
I said, I told you how to do the stream thing. But you and I, clearly, without ever having to say a word to each other, both know that even though I gave you, like, the tips and showed you how to do it, I do not care if you actually implement it or not. I just thought it would be a helpful thing to show you.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, here's the thing you could do. It helped me massively. Consider doing the same. But honestly, I don't care either way because it's your stream. But it's like, I didn't have to go out and say that when I was showing you how to do the thing. I was like, I just really want to show you how to do the thing because it's a cool thing.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how often, like, using just the term feedback is not, like, really entirely what I'm getting at, I guess, because, like, feedback is a very specific term often used in, like, freaking, business and, like, collaborative environments of, like, whatever, as well as, like, product feedback, which is kind of a little bit of a different thing and all that stuff. It's just, like, lots of people need more opportunities to learn how to have... It's not even a difficult conversation, but, like, there's a sort of emotional intelligence of, like, how you should engage with someone when you are trying... Okay. I'm gonna use a term I'm gonna use a term that I use that I don't think anybody else uses. A style of friendly manipulation. Okay? Manipulation has a very negative connotation to the word, which it usually does mean negative. But we don't actually really have a term for...
It's not always negative.
Right, but we don't really have an alternative word that just means, like... It's functionally diplomacy, in a sense, where you're, like, trying to get everyone to an end goal that ideally is mutually beneficial, because, like, everybody's trying to work out in a way. And it's like, that is a kind of engagement that people do not frequently get the opportunity to learn how to do. I am so gonna die.
There's technically a term for what you're suggesting, and it is the stupidest term that I've ever heard in my life.
Uh-huh.
But it was one that one of my teachers tried to use, and I was just like, I'm never calling it that. Where, someone called it, enhanced betterment manipulation.
Good God, what a term.
It sounded so wrong back then. It sounds so wrong now.
Yeah,
enhanced betterment manipulation sounds like what your therapist should be doing, not your colleagues.
Yeah, there's a couple of books that
social management. That's a good term, Abdul.
Yeah, that's not a bad term, actually. That's a little bit broader a term. That covers, I think, a little bit more than sort of the narrower focus that I was sort of trying to convey, but it is still a useful term.
I think it's one of those things where it's under the umbrella, though.
Yes, and broadly speaking, people need more opportunities to learn more about social management, because people are not taught how to, like, get along in that fashion, and it shows frequently.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the big advantages of having worked for so long as a quality engineer is you have a lot of opportunities to hone in on how to do that when you are, the main part of your job is consistently going back to tell people that the thing they worked on all week sucks ass. So it's like a lot of opportunities to, positive messaging and collaboration in aiming towards an end goal.
funny enough, that's legitimately one of the reasons I was fired for a specific QA job. Was I was still very new, and I was a little too blunt with my QA feedback.
Yep, that is a thing that can happen.
Your UI sucks ass, my guy. I want to consider like looking into how to better.
Yeah, it's not how you do it.
I mean, I was very new to it at the time, and so like,
I am going to give.
If I know exactly
possibly
what I used, but
all right, hold on. I have the most insanely timed object lesson to be done right now, as we have been talking about.
Did you get a
social management?
Did you get a commission scam?
No. But I am going to ask Slam VR in chat. Are you open to some feedback right now? Because you need to be given some feedback.
It is my opinion that you could benefit.
I'm just reading it.
It's like you could benefit greatly from the suggestion that I have for you. Are you open to it?
I don't know if they're still going to be here to respond, but I am gonna ask that.
So, one of those things is like, I told you, I know you know about my scam artist thing that goes on Poe, where it's like, I get scam artists trying to message me all the time. It still happens, by the way. Like, I still get it once every, like... It's definitely a lot lesser now that I, like, learned how to fight back a little bit better.
Uh-huh.
While still telling them to go fuck off, because it's entertaining to tell them to fuck off, but...
Valid.
This is one of those things where I'm like, yeah, this is something that every one of those scam artists could benefit greatly of, because if you could learn how to do that, you could learn how to scam someone out of the art so much better.
Alternatively, you could also, like, learn to be, like, legitimate and not, if you are not a scammer, to stop looking like a scammer. Like, just be normal.
Yep, that's fair.
No one wants to go to the hot springs with me.
Oh?
Yeah, you can invite people to go to the hot springs with you. I messed it up on Doom, but everyone else was like,
man,
no, I don't want to go.
I'm all aboard this struggle bus.
Hades. I'm doing a round with a friend because I finished the RV.
All right, allow me to close the loop on my little object lesson here, if I may. As the person has not returned to respond to my request there. So let's talk about why that came up. Is that someone popped in my chat and asked me to shout out a friend. It's their birthday, which
I see. Yeah, that's a slippery slope.
Is not an insane thing to ask. However, we have a few red flags, being that was this person's first message in my chat ever.
Yeah, that's...
see, what I get...
They have been apparently following for like 4 months, so they're not brand new, but they have not built rapport.
Interesting.
Anyway.
What were you going to say, Snowy?
Yeah,
after Pope finished his point, then I can be like, oh, I get a thing of chat, a type of chatter that you guys don't get.
Oh, I'm sure you do. Yeah, but it's just like... It was just too timely on the subject of, like, social management to, like, know, like, how to engage. Because even a first-time chatter, I think there is a way to navigate that if you really want to. But, like, so little context given to be like, can you shout out my friend? Is like, okay, I don't know you. Hold on.
Oh.
I don't.
Yeah, see, when I'm on stream, I'm also of the mindset where I'm like, at this moment, as weird as it is to say, when it comes to random chatters, I am not your friend. I am some stranger you met on the internet.
Well, yeah, like...
If you get to know me via talking in chat, sure.
That is correct.
Become friends. Until then, I am a stranger you met 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's the thing people seem to, like, that's the weird-ass parasocial thing that people don't seem to grasp, is that, like, what you did is the equivalent of, like, just walking up to my, like, there's a bunch of us sitting around on the couch watching a thing, me play a game, and you just, like, walk in, and you're like, hey, shout out my friend, and I'm like, who the hell are you? Like, what did...
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? Because, like, I liken my streams to me hanging out in my college days in my dorm room with my door open with people to walk in. And it's like, treat it that way. Like, that's the attitude you should have when you go to stream. Like, obviously, this is not for anybody here, because we are all reasonable people. And, like, I do not have a giant audience of dumbasses who need lectured to. But just, like, generally, like, treat it that way, that you are, like, walking into someone else's space, and, like, you can have an agenda to ask about something, but, like, you have to approach it appropriately. You have to introduce yourself. You have to explain why you're there. You have to, like, be polite and figure your shit out. Like, don't be an ass. I want to hear Snowy's
thing, and then I think I have the perfect way to word this.
Back to Snowy.
Yeah, so I get the people that are like, hey, draw this very random specific thing. So literally someone earlier today on YouTube that I just ignored entirely was, let me look at the message. They also deleted their message, but I still see it because it mixed it up.
Of course you get that sort of person.
First time, you should totally draw Frosh from Fairy Tail in a swimsuit. And I'm like, I don't know who that is. I will ignore them. And then they deleted their message after like 10 minutes, and I'm like I still see it though.
Just like,
just
chat for a little bit at least. Like, come on.
Here is how I think anyone and everyone should always interpret going to a random stream. The stream is their home. You saying hello is knocking on the door, nothing more.
Yeah.
That's it. That's, like, consider it like that with, like, a real-world person. I think you will never have issues again if you treat people like that on streams.
Yeah. It's...
Because then it's also different. You say hello, that's your knock. You let them say hi back, or talk back, or, like, interact with you. That's how you then learn, because you need them to open up the door.
Yeah, you got, like...
go up to their house. No one ever opens up someone else's door and be like, Jehovah's Witness!
I mean...
Do you have time? No, they'll at least knock Snowy.
Just kick in the door. Hurry!
Yeah, it's like, you don't open the door and scream inside of someone else's room, Jehovah's Witness! Or, like, at least if the door even is open, they're not just, like, you don't just go, hey, do you have time, sir or madam in there, to, like, talk about our Lord and Savior? Like, I have some really cool news about him for you. You're like, hey, is anyone home? Like, are you there? Like, you say hello first. And you saying hello is the knock on the door equivalent. It's, you have to, if you want to start the conversation, that's fine. But you can't treat starting the conversation like your best friends.
Yeah, it's... That is entirely accurate. It's just... I don't understand... I guess, honestly, really the actual answer is that a lot of random yahoos on the internet are young. And so they do stupid things. Like, that's... They are not as equipped to understand, like, how those social interactions should work. Which, in a lot of cases, is why when actually directly dealing with people on stream, I am broadly much more open to taking a much softer touch on, like, dealing with people. Granted, that's easy because I don't have hundreds of viewers and I don't get dozens of these idiots every day. But, like...
So... I think it's worse for, like, me like what you just said, I know that feeling, and it's getting worse for me right now in particular too, because I have the problem of trying to be on that other end and go up to people, be like, I know I'm like some random nobody that's like here for the first time. I'm just sending you this email being like, hey, would you want to try out my game demo before it releases? Right. And it's like, there is such a higher advanced level of like communication you actually have to have in that mindset.
Yes.
That is so hard to navigate, and I'm like, I'm feeling it right now. Because I'm going up to people doing that, being like, oh my god, am I asking too much? I feel like I am.
Yeah.
But then that's also when it gets really funny, at least in my perspective, because then, yeah, I get the people being like, I hope you're not like, I hope you're looking for criticism on this game demo I'm trying to. And I'm like, yes!
Very much so.
And so it's like, it's really funny to me that it's like, it's both sides of the field are happening simultaneously. Where people are like, I'm not sure how much feedback you're open to. And I'm like, I gave it to you.
All of it.
Really, on purpose.
Scobalts, the incredible thing is this conversation had started prior to that chat happening, which made it even more incredible. Scobalt's asking
this conversation comes up a lot.
It does, but Scobalts was asking if this conversation was in response to that message, and the incredible thing is that it wasn't. It happened in the middle, which is like... Which is why I was just like, I have got to address this right now, because this is the single most, like, read the room moment I have ever seen. Like, I have got to tackle this.
I think what's really weird that I'm, like, just now kind of noticing is that I need to come up with a term for this now, but I'm like, we all have kind of just now mentioned that we have our each and own like scam artists essentially. Like, for me, what the equivalent is like the scam artists that come in. But it's like, for you, it's like some child that just doesn't know better and has like bad mannerisms. Or for Snowy, it's like someone who comes in and asks them to draw something. And I'm like, it's so wild how they're so different, but it's the same experience.
Yeah.
That like this has to be some kind of ongoing phenomenon that I just don't know how to word said phenomenon properly. That it's like, it clearly happens to more than just me, but it's not always the same. But it's the same phenomenon.
It's just antisocial behaviors is generally.
Yeah, my bandit runs haven't been going good since I decided to do the thing. I guess that's kind of the point.
Yeah, like some of it is like the fact that like some people just do not know better, but then I feel like people may be intentionally on the scam side of things, like making use of the fact that some people don't know any better so that they look like they get to be in the same group as like dumbass kids instead of villainous asshats.
Maybe. Oh, you know what I didn't get to bring up, but just thought about again now though, is you want to know the wildest part about this though? Is I met a person that is part of one of the friends that streams. They have like their own Discord with a bunch of people that stream and whatnot. And they're like a little bit of a bigger streamer group. There's a person in their Discord who posts their art in the self-promo every so often.
Sure.
And it's exactly what I see in those scam artists.
Oh no.
And I'm just like, but they've been here for this long and are only posting specifically in a self-promo channel, like responsibly. Like, are you just that bad at art, or like what's happening?
Well, and that's
there is something to be said about the people who aren't self-aware enough that their skill level is too low to, you know, do like actually make money from selling art.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, you and I know that better than anyone after the one person.
Yeah, that's great. That whole, like, talking space is such a, like, a minefield of suck, right? Because it's like, you have so many people who are not quite skilled enough, but like need money, and it's just like, man, I don't know what to tell you. And it's like, yeah, it's such a spicy meatball.
Yeah, me and Snowy end up talking about it a lot more because we're in a lot of like convention-based chats.
Yeah, and much more of the art scene than I am.
Yeah, and well, there's also like there's an ongoing saga of a single person in particular that me and Snowy keep like gossiping to each other about. Of this person who has like I'm gonna say it, it's not good art.
Yeah,
it is just bad art. But additionally, it's like
Scobolts makes a kind of an interesting point about that person. It says, I feel like they saw the scam art and thought if someone's making money with that art, I can too, not knowing it's a scam. That is a possibility.
That's a potential answer.
Yeah.
I can't, like, you can never say it is the answer because it really is impossible to say what
for sure. But it's like every sort of person is out there.
Yeah, so we've seen, there's this one person in a specific, like, chat for conventions and whatnot, and, like, artist convention, like, artist alley chats.
Oh, Doc, I was like, which person are you talking about? The Crash Out person?
Yes, Crash Out person. So, they've been on several Crash Outs now, though, in this chat.
I think 3 times?
About 3 times? Okay. So, it is always... 2 or 3. It is always about how their art doesn't sell at conventions.
They haven't been to a convention. It's more like small local markets, so they're not like...
Still, it's like a local convention.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, it's small scale, but it's the same principle.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to explain it in like a easy to understand sort of nuance. Yeah. So... But they've been on multiple crash outs about how their stuff isn't selling. And people have been giving them, like, suggestions and feedback, and my favorite part about this person is they are the type to argue every bit of feedback you give them.
Bro, okay, I didn't say this one, but they'll argue anything that doesn't agree with them. Because we were talking about we were just talking about a convention, because everyone's like, oh, it's kind of far away that we're going to, and I was like, you know, you can drive, you can take the subway or whatever, but they were like, but I don't have a car. I'm like, I said you can take the subway.
Or the other thing.
It's the other part of the sentence.
Yep. That makes them even worse now that I know that. Because, as I said, I will admit I've seen their art and I do not like it whatsoever, and honestly, after they keep saying, like, what does sell, I'm like, are you sure people aren't buying this out of pity?
Yeah, well, and I mean, honestly, that is some part of also why, like, I never tried to sell any model work or anything, amongst some other reasons, but, like, man, I do not want to freaking try to navigate that whole thing. Yeah, it's complicated.
No, I agree. It is a really tough challenge to navigate.
It is. It is.
Especially coming from the person who's in the middle of doing this navigation.
Yeah, it's rough.
it's not easy. And I've been having a time with this. But like, yeah. So their art is like A, that bad, and then B, they also continuously get like feedback still on like how to actually improve, and as I said, they'll either argue it or show zero self-improvement.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I've seen their setup for an actual, like, how they would set up their booth or whatever, something. And every single time I'm like, I wouldn't stop there. You're putting
but
all
now,
the wrong
now that you know all this about them, you want to really talk with them in person to see what they're like.
I do. Okay, yeah. From a like personal standpoint, this isn't like an offense to anyone who thinks that they are this person or not. I don't know who, like, I don't even know the actual name of the person unless I go and check. I just don't care. I know them as the Crash Out person, that's it.
One day I'll be the Crash Out person.
But, well, what I want to do is, like, actually talk to someone like them. Like, face-to-face, full-on conversation, therapy style. Also nice. Got a cat.
Got a cat.
But yeah, like, face-to-face therapy style. And I want to be like, why do you do this?
A big problem, like...
walk me through the process. Let me understand how your brain gets from A to B, so I can see where you go wrong along the way. Because that's all I want to know.
The challenge with that...
I can equip them next time, but they
sort of thing is that... I'm inclined to believe that people that end up like that... Well, I shouldn't say end up like that. It's not like that is their terminal
state.
Like that? Yeah, that are behaving like that, I think is usually reasonable indication that they do not yet have the skill to do the level of introspection that you are asking of them. If they could do that, they wouldn't be that. Like...
But that's... No, okay. That's the thing, is you don't have to have them do the introspection part. You just have to, like, trick them into doing it. You have to socially manipulate them.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, but it's just like, at that point, it's pulling teeth from a chicken.
Well, but that's why I'm like, okay, I want to know.
Hey, if you like pulling teeth from chicken, go for it, but like...
No, that's why what I said was, I would want to ask how their brain gets from A to B. Walk me through every step of the process. Rubber duck me.
Yeah.
So I can hear exactly what step you lose.
I personally do not have the patience. Like, if that's a thing you like, man.
I think it's fascinating to hear that.
You know, you're not entirely wrong.
Like, wow.
That is true, but man, I don't have the patience to sit down and try to navigate. You know what? This might be too many guys. I just spawned 4 bosses. That might be too many.
Oh, you're doing the boss ones too?
I may, yeah, that might have been more than I wanted.
Yeah, I don't usually do the mountain. I call it mountain.
Yeah, the mountain. Yeah, it is.
Shrine of the mountain.
I may have bit off more than I am prepared to chew at the moment. Oh my god, that was so much damage that I just took. My ass.
Yeah, I don't normally do that. I usually just
cooked.
like increase the actual difficulty, because difficulty doesn't increase bosses, it only increases enemy spawn rate.
Shield, save me.
Maybe the difficulty doesn't affect bosses per se.
Oh my god. Oh, it's too much. Which is a shame. This was a pretty good run going, and then I did this to myself.
But like, yeah, so a recent thing that happened with Meepo is, I got very, and I mean very hooked on, pirate software drama.
Oh yeah, I went down that rabbit hole like, whoa, as well. That was an adventure.
I've been following it since the original, like, WoW crash out, and was like, okay, I need to know how bad this is and where it happened. So I was, like, one of those people that got to see every video that was made a little bit ahead of the curve.
Damn it!
Where it's like, a few days after the WoW thing was one of the videos that talked about, like, his old history and actually, like, calling him out on some older things that he had done. But it wasn't a popular video, it was just a video that did it, and I'm like, getting to see that extra early, I was like, oh, this is going to be really funny to watch how this, like, X-Balls run this. Like, I just need to know. And I think that's where it's like, that's where I really get into it, is I want to know the difference. You know, like, he went through that whole thing where he went to that one, like, therapist streamer.
Boy, that was
sit down chat.
That was a rough few clips to watch. I didn't watch the whole stream, but man, oh man.
I've watched the whole stream now.
Oh, hey, look.
I've watched the whole stream now because I was like, I need to know. When you say you haven't seen this one, are you referring to that pirate software drama thing, Snowy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
I think the dude's name is like Dr. K or something.
He seems like a cool guy, at least.
Something like that. He's a chill dude. I've watched a few of his streams before, which is why I was able to like find and watch his actual stream pretty easily, but... Basically what he does, Snowy, is he cannot legally call it therapy because of how that works.
Confidentiality, all that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like...
But it essentially is... like streamed therapy of like if you're willing, come on the show and we will do a funny therapy talk session and like see how you would handle my kind of therapy, essentially. And oh man, was Pirate Software funny. Like I think the best thing to come out of that entire stream is the most popular quote, of course, at one point he says, Dr. K is like telling him how he's coming across to people, and Pirate Software's response was, well, it sounds like this, but in reality it's this. And they're like on the topic of arrogance and how people can sound arrogant. And so yeah, Dr. K was like, I want you to listen to this sentence and realize that this is the most arrogant thing you could have possibly said.
Yeah. Man.
And his response to that statement was, see, I don't see it that way.
I don't see it that way. Yeah, it's super dismissive.
And I'm just like, what do you mean?
Oh boy, what a...
Like, the actual, like, licensed therapist response was quite literally, no, I'm telling you this is a fact.
I was like,
this
no,
isn't like a personal thing. This is a fact.
Yeah, man. Thinking Pirate Software, like, turned out to be just the crazy, like... Oh, hey, Muse, how's it going? I don't know why he went on on that show, honestly.
I think I only went down that rabbit hole because, honestly, from day one, I had not liked Pirate Software, and I got really mad at people who kept, like, referring to me as Pirate Software because I also do programming.
That's such a leap.
Not only that, but I'm like, I don't like the dude. So you saying this just makes me feel uneasy. But it's like, I can't say I don't like him because of something I could physically prove at the moment. I was saying this as a person who just does not like the vibe and whatnot that's going on. So I'm like, clearly there is something more that's under the hood that I don't like, and I haven't really gotten into it. And I think it was like, literally a few days before the actual WoW stream that I saw a different clip of him. And I decided to go into his chat and ask the perfect question for me to understand him as a streamer and a game developer. Where I gave the most generic asshole response. Or like message of like, hey, I've been trying to get into game making. I just want to know like where's a rough place to start. I know you have your whole spiel on like how things work. I just, like, I don't know how to tell what works for me. And he just kind of dismissed it and went into the spiel anyway.
That's it.
And I was like, okay, so what I'm not personally liking right now is that if you're going to give someone advice, the problem is you cannot give people generic advice because it doesn't work. Ever.
Well, and that's really the thing that is like so effectively duplicitous is a little bit of the harsh word, more harsh than I intend, though that is kind of the outcome of like how effectively you utilize the shorts, because it's like in that context the generic advice is extremely effective, though not necessarily useful. Like it's effective at attention getting.
Yeah, so what my thought process is if he already had the short, and someone is coming in there and asking him, hey, how do I get started on making a game? If he had referred me to the short, I don't think I would have felt as bad as I did when he like just went back into the same spiel and like ignored the majority of what I was essentially asking. And in so doing, ended up proving the point of like, I don't think he actually cares.
Yeah, well, not only does he not seem to necessarily care, but like his knowledge is probably not nearly as deep as he would put forward. Yeah, like that's the other piece is that like that's.
Hey guys, did you know I worked at Bungie for like a quarter of a week during some random month? That's like legitimately a thing I've done, which is why I was like, I'm trying to come up with a funny, but goddamn it, can I not do this? Because, like, I helped a friend who was trying to design something for Destiny 2. That's it. That's all I did. I'm in the credits, but, like, it's really funny to be like, yeah, I worked on Destiny 2.
Total tangent. But, like, on the subject of Destiny 2, man, is Destiny 2 in a rough spot in the fact that in my last Humble Bundle, I got freaking Destiny 2 and a bunch of its expansions, and I was like, oh, nobody's playing that game right now, are they? I was like, I know what that means.
It's not in a rough spot. It's not in a rough spot. It's dead. It's gone.
Like I got that. I was like, oh, that's cooked.
Their newest update effectively sunset 80% of what you just got to.
It's crazy to me that like that is continuing to be the thing they're doing. Like, oh yeah, we'll just get rid of content. It's like, why would you do that? Like, there are so many alternatives to that.
Yeah, this is why I like ESO so much more, is like, they're doing an MMO the right way now, which is like, they're not sunsetting content, they're just rebalancing it.
Well, and the thing is like...
But they rebalance it via, like, making... I know ESO is also its own thing, because they are a very generic MMO, so to speak, of, like...
Yeah.
They are an entrance-level MMO, I guess is the best way to word that. It's really good for starting out learning how to do fun, hardcore MMO stuff. It's not super effective at keeping you there the entire time you're doing it, which is fine. But it's still really fun to go back to and see all the new stuff they add every day, like now and then as a result. And like, it really is just like Elder Scrolls MMO.
Yeah.
It is ESO. It's Elder Scrolls Online. That's all it's doing, and it's really good at what it does. And I applaud it for that. But yeah. Anyway, like as I was saying, I'm just like I didn't like that Pirate Software. Sorry, back on this day, it was like so.
Yeah.
Dismissive of what he like was supposed to be a pioneer of,
like allegedly his core sort of standpoint,
vibe. Where it's like, I'm at a small enough point right now. If someone asked me the same question, I guarantee you would not expect the response I give. Which is like, as I said, I will teach anyone how to make a game. My response to, okay, how do I, like, get into game making? I'm just gonna tell you, I don't fucking know. Because I don't know a thing about you. I don't know anything that tells me about your hobbies, your interests, what kind of game you would want to make, like, how much programming knowledge you already have. There is so many different things that you need to know to make an actual game. I don't mean make a game as in, like, yeah, I went on Scratch and made Snake. Yeah, anyone can pick that up. I'm talking, like, you need a next tier level of knowledge to actually put out a video. And so if you are asking me how to make a game, I need to know about you first. Because I don't know who you are. Like, Poe, I know. Poe has a background in computer science.
Yo.
That makes it really easy for me to tell Poe how to look, like, he already knows how to look up things. And that's the biggest part of programming. So I don't need to tell him that. instead what I ask would end up doing is being like, what engine are you using? And once I know the engine, being like, okay, so here are the keywords you're going to use. Because that's what you need at that stage, is you need the keywords that work with the engine you're using. But that's all you need. You don't actually need more than that from me at the moment.
No!
Oh, my controller
died. How stumbly did I?
You wouldn't need me, Poe, to tell you how an array works.
No, I would not.
But sometimes people will ask a game when that's like the actual like thing I need to know is that you don't know how an array works. That means you're going to make a worse game.
Like, yeah, you're gonna need to go do some basic learning.
And so like I've been going through this with a friend for I think it's effectively been only a couple of days in terms of like how many times they've actually been with me. Doing this.
Holy crap.
But, like, as I've been going through it, it's very obvious that he has basic level knowledge of, like, how programs work, what they do, how X equals Y equals Z, etc. And it's like, now that I know he knows that, I can talk to him about specific things.
Oh,
like
hey,
today,
Rat. How's it going?
Went through, and I told him about, I don't know if I was going to know this term.
Also, I'll get back to that Scobalts in a minute. Once
I told him about
I have a lull in the
conversation.
conversation.
Is.
What was that?
Root motion animation.
No, I'm not familiar with the term.
Okay, so very, very easy descriptor. Root motion animation is that little bit of math that tells the model not to move when you do an animation, but still play the animation. So, like, if you have a lunge forward, you don't actually move a couple pixels forward at the end of it all. Or, like, when you have a walk animation and you see it walking in place, that's root motion, essentially, in play.
That makes sense.
It's playing the animation, but they're not moving the model, because it does need to be two separate bits of math. There's a root and a motion. Those are the two bits of math. When you walk with your feet, you are moving a model. So the root motion is it's saying, don't move the model, move your feet. And we had to go through this because, like, he wanted to, he was talking about how he wanted to make a Souls-like experience. And I'm just like, a lot of people would be surprised at how easy a Souls-like game is to make.
Yeah,
but also how hard it is at the same time. Because programming a Souls-like is the easiest thing you will do in your life.
Yeah, and then all the game design comes in.
Then all the design and animation comes in, and animation is the thing that makes or breaks a roguelike.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Where it's like, because a big part, at least from what I think about when I think about the Souls-like, is that bit of how weapons actually have like their own combos and weight to them and whatnot.
Yeah.
And like there's the bit of a playstyle between all those sorts of things. And I'm like, for that one, you really do need to know when to turn root motion on and off. Because something like a walk, your model should not have motion. He needs to walk in place and you need to move him yourself. That's just an unfortunate like circumstance of programming as long as we have in that no matter what engine you use, unless you're going out of your way to learn how to like, you know, properly do the root motion model walking, and that's how you play your animations, you need the root motion on. But again, it's like I got on this tangent because I knew Donut well enough to tell him that this is what he needs to be focused on learning. I didn't have to tell him how to learn the things. He knows how to Google something. And he knows how things work. And so once he knows like what he's in, I can tell him what keywords he's supposed to be looking for, like I would for you.
Right. Well, this is going to.
But if you're like, if you're doing essentially what I did in Pirate Software Stream, and just walking in and saying, hey, how do I make a game? My legitimate answer is, I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about you. How would I know how to tell you to make your own game?
Yeah, there's just a lot of follow-up questions that have to start coming up to get somewhere. Oh, shit.
Exactly, and it's like, to me, too...
Oh, no. I let myself get greedy. Damn it.
I know it's insanely misleading and potentially malicious, but I'm like, in all reality, that's what I did with you today, Poe.
What do you mean? Just like the...
I got all those follow-ups I needed.
Yeah,
I know what kind of game you want to make, like I know what you're interested in, I know what's...
That's just called a conversation.
Just doing that, I know, but that sort of thing is like, it does tell me how I can help you improve personally if you ever decide you need help, right? Like, as of right now, I know, yeah, you probably don't need that much help. You do a lot of it, if not all of it, on your own. But it's like, the moment you ask me for help, A, I know you're probably going to come to me with whatever you actually need help with. And B, I now know exactly what level of information to give you as that form of help. Because I know what kind of game you're making, I know... Well, I don't know what engine you're using, obviously.
Godot!
Oh, yeah, that's right, you are using Godot. I didn't know that. Yeah. That's what it was.
That's the Godot, at least. Anyway.
Yeah.
Unrelated.
Yeah, it's like...
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your...
Well, I was just going to say, unrelated, Scobolts was asking if any of us play Throne and Liberty.
Nope.
Is that a game that you've been playing? No. I'm trying to figure out why I've heard that name. Now that I'm thinking about it, I have to go look it up. Like, I've heard that name.
But yeah, so, like, all those questions are exactly what Pirate Software definitely didn't care enough to do with the people
not
that
even
ever
a
asked
little bit.
him how to make a game. And I'm like, that tells me a lot, because that tells me he doesn't actually care.
Yeah.
And then there was also, like, a little bit of arrogance in the way he worded things that led me to, like,
yeah,
a couple days before the whole WoW situation, where I was like, hang on, the way you told me what to look into and whatnot, I feel like you assume that your style is the correct style. And I don't know that that's the case. But, like, I genuinely just didn't know enough about him to tell whether it was exactly what was putting me off of him, or if it was an actual problem. And then the last situation happened, and I'm like, I fucking knew it.
Yeah. It's incredible the difference of, like, the shorts to, like, listening to sort of the rest of his whole shtick and being like, oh, wait, you give bad vibes.
You mean once you give context to this man, you no longer enjoy it?
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's like, oh, man.
Who would have guessed people had to actually pay attention to a stream before they could just assume they know a person?
Honestly, the big crazy thing is, like, the amount of coding that does not happen on development stream. Like, holy shit. That's
why I didn't put today as a development stream, but I did write my game down as my own game, just because I'm like, I was talking about development, I don't care, it's my own stream.
We just freaking chilling, man. But, like...
Yeah, I'll show and do what I want. If people want to see the game, I'll show it off.
Oh, man, the way... Like, all of the code reviewers and stuff that went back to take a look, it was like, yeah, I had to go through, like, 36 hours of streams to find, you know, these 3 screenshots to talk about it. It's like, damn.
Yup. Okay, game, can I please get levels now? I kind of need them when you're throwing this many storms at me. I upped the difficulty a little too much, and there's only 2 minutes remaining, so I need to get the levels before I start the fight, because I want to die. But no, it's like, it definitely is what led me to, like, a certain little bit of arrogance where I was like, okay, yeah, I don't know how I feel about him at the moment, because he's not answering this the way I think a developer should on stream.
Yeah.
And that could just be me. So I don't know, per se, if this is what's wrong or not. And then the WoW clip happened, and I was like, do you not know how to apologize? Or, like, admit you're wrong or something?
No. Yeah, but, man, it's interesting to me... No, not at all. Broadly speaking, how those, like, weird little things that, like, almost imperceptible... That one you have a little bit better of a grasp on, but, like, go to a stream and, like, you hang out for, like, a half hour and you're like, no, like, there's just something about, like...
I don't like it.
The way they interact, the, like... And it's funny the degree to which you come back later and you find out, oh, no, they were an ass. Like, no, they were... It's unfortunately so common because, like, the tools of that sort of much less positive manipulation, much negative manipulation, are the tools that will drive to success, like, as a content creator broadly. Like, that will just help you successfully build an audience just by being, not necessarily by being an ass, but by having that facade and having the right tools at your disposal and the having the willingness to simply be an ass of that sort. You know, it's like...
Speaking of, you know what Pirate Software in particular also actually, like, basically made me realize, I guess is the best term to use, in the specific context of I think I have a weird superpower. So, I always had the sort of, like, the feeling that I like to call the superpower that I can speak of the devil thing. I will often talk about or think about something a lot right before it actually happens.
Oh, that's too many dudes.
And I used to think about it just in a gaming sense of, like, I thought I could just predict what games were coming out in a really good way. Because I was like, this is going to happen a lot or not. Or, like, I guess in a more broad context, not too long ago, I actually told Snowy, I was like, this is going to be the year of pirate games and pirate stuff.
So many dudes.
And throughout that entire year, there was a ton of pirate news.
Hey, can you make it the year of the mech game next time? Dang.
So, I don't think that is the superpower per se anymore.
Sure.
I think it is still Speak of the Devil, but I think what it is I have some uncanny level of perception that my brain cannot recognize.
You're just picking up the cues.
I think it's because, like, I think Pirate Software led me to this because I've realized that every time I talk to a friend about a streamer they like but I don't like, I'm just like, something's off about them, and then later on something happens and I'm like,
yep. Turns out
I feel like I called it, but I didn't because I couldn't possibly know what was wrong. And, like, the other weird case that it happened of that I didn't realize it until way later was, like, specifically JonTron.
Oh yeah,
I used to love JonTron stuff, and then at one point I was just like, JonTron's not that good right now.
It's like,
I feel like I don't like what he's putting out. Like, something went wrong here, and I can't quite put my finger on it. And now there's been a lot of stuff that's gone out that I'm like, okay,
all right,
then. A little vindicated.
Yeah, I feel like I do that similarly with a variety of streamers. Mostly in the streaming space is where that's happened to me, because I'd spend, like, some time perusing around to try to find people, and it was like, Nope.
I feel like it's like a weird, uncanny level for me of, like, I can always put together exactly when and what about it's going to happen with, but I can never tell what the problem is. I know where the problem is. I don't know what the problem is.
So how dare you, Scobald?
And I think that's like the distinctive
How dare you speak that curse on me?
Okay, I need to turn on like, something potentially.
Grandma's secret
20% more nearby damage to enemies. I see. Earn money moving around.
I never noticed that.
What?
That those merchant jerks, when they sell to you and they leave, they say, "Thanks, idiot." I'm like, how dare you?
Yep. They will always call you an idiot.
Also, Scobaltz was speaking curses over here in the Met Game space because I was asking for news, and he claimed that breaking news scientists proved that Met Games cause hair loss. I'm like, how dare you? Freaking don't speak that evil at me.
What's a mech game?
I'm like a mech game.
Mech.
Oh, mech.
Like Armored Core and that ilk.
Yeah. I thought you said like MET, and I was like, what?
No, mech.
Alas, no. I'm not. I, too, would be confused as to what a Met game is.
Mission Impossible Theatrical.
That would be a MIT game.
Anything... You said MIT.
I heard MET. Maybe she did say MIT, and I wasn't listening.
So is it MIT or MET?
Yeah. E.
Okay, so not Mission Impossible. Okay. Hang on, I got you. I can do this.
Mission Entertaining?
No. That's too close to my, my totally patented, not actually, Mission Runner label for games.
I need to go get to the boss door.
MET. Oh, you know what? It's still close. Mini Entertainment Theatrical. It's those little like movie style games.
Gobolts points out that that would also be just a game about a single Mets player. Oh, I did too many again.
That works too.
Did not notice that I had found 3 goddamn boss spawner increases. Oh, I've made terrible errors.
I think Mini Entertainment Theatrical is better though.
Oh god. Oh,
one of those like.
Oh, it's too much.
One of those like little like interactive movies almost.
Sure, why not? Why won't
you know what I'm talking about?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, okay. Great. Allow me to just spawn 8 bosses simultaneously. I'm sure that'll be fine. I
mean, you're the one who did it to yourself. You gotta stop touching the shrines.
It's true. I did it. That thing I did. But they're like free chests, man.
Are they? What?
Well, because every one of the bosses drop a chest.
Yeah, but you need to beat the boss, so it's not a free chest.
It's free. Or it's death.
No, that's not how free works.
It's either free or it kills you, so...
That's not free,
it's like a mountain, man. Mountains are free.
It has no cost.
No. It does have a cost. Your difficulty.
Nah. Losing's just part of the game. Hey, a bomb.
So is moving!
It's fine. Bam!
But yeah, no, it's like, I think Pirate Software led me on that whole bit where I was like, I realized I'm a pretty good judge of character, and then I thought about it more, and I'm like, I'm a pretty good judge.
I have a pretty damn good track record of meeting people on the internet / in streaming as well. I was like, I have not yet stumbled into trying to be friends with somebody who was a total ass basket, which, you know, way to go, me.
I mean, there was close with me commenting on your streams, so I could have been a dick.
You do like to cause me problems, but that's...
Okay, that's entirely different. I got to know you well enough before I started the gaslighting friendship.
That is true. That is true.
You guys so banned from Tumblr for that, man.
That was funny. Getting the full story of that later was really funny.
But that's what sells it, is you have to have the full story before you can give the full story, and I'm like, okay, but if that's the case, that means, like, I gotta go through the effort of doing that, and I think there's not a lot of people who are willing to commit to the bit quite literally. Right. And that's where I'm setting myself apart. I will commit to the bit and make this happen.
You will. I am far too lazy to commit to the bit, but I applaud you for doing so on your end.
It's just so much funnier. And it's one of those things where if you commit to the bit, more often than not, the bit ends up being something that both people actually get entertainment and enjoyment.
That is true.
It's like a no harm, no foul prank.
That is
like
true.
A literal harmless prank. Like, my teacher used to say that my college teacher specifically had the quote of, he doesn't like pranks because every prank is just you lying to someone. And I'm like, you're right, but also,
there are ways
you can do that in a way that isn't harmful.
Alright, okay, it's time to go. 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 Go.
You can definitely lie to someone without it being a bad or harmful prank.
You can. You absolutely
it's possible.
Can. That requires a level of emotional intelligence to just not be an ass.
Yeah,
man, remember the freaking prank era of YouTube? Boy, was that shitty.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I'm so sorry.
God damn. I'm glad that is out of popularity at this point.
Like, I think my favorite harmless pranks are like, I don't know if anyone else has seen these clips, but there's like specifically the janitor who has like a very weighted mop. And he'll just like, he just cleans gyms as like an actual like side job too. And so what he'll do is he'll like ask people to hold the mop, and they're like bodybuilders, but so is he in reality, where he's like, he actually is really buff, but he hides it under his like clothing and uniform and whatnot.
See, that stuff, that's the good stuff. I like, those are the best stuff.
It's really funny as a result, because yeah, the prank works. He picks up the mop. He can't lift it. He's like, what the hell is this? So the guy just takes the mop back. He's like, okay, no harm, no foul. Like, the worst that happens is the mop falls over. Who cares?
Yeah. Literally,
and then he'll usually
no
go and
problem.
like lift some really funny, heavy, large amount of weights that people are like, you shouldn't be able to lift that because you don't look like you have it at all. But it's like the secret is all in, the clothing he wears. Oh, great. Swarm incoming.
Ow. Oh, God.
But it's like, that alone is a very relatively harmless prank.
Yeah, it is. For sure.
And it's like, I would say that if you do a prank like that, I think you're fine.
I agree.
It's funny. There's also the other end of making sure certain people are in on it that counts, where it's like one of my absolute favorite YouTubers. People will know exactly who I'm talking about when I say either of the two names, but it's either, he either has the name of Red Padre or Scumbag Dad.
What a name.
Double kicker.
And he is the funniest satirical comedy like YouTube clip maker. Of like, he'll take those bits that people actually like do and think they work and whatnot, and he will over exaggerate them to the point of absolute absurdity. Where he's like, can I get 1,000 burgers for the homeless? And then he goes out and just like, when they say no, he like takes them out back and beats them to death. And you're just like, okay. You're like, okay, clearly this isn't like the same thing.
Right.
And it's like he'll do that, or one of the newest ones is he's taking the trend that's really funny to me of people trying to I think it's like the official term is like Rizacist.
Oh.
Of someone will be flirting with girls, and then a random stranger will go in and hype them up. But like for content, and it'll be like, hey, you remember me? I'm that dude you like helped do his homework in class one time, usually.
Right.
And people are like stupid about it, but they're obviously like making content off of this for the sake of making money off of content.
I see that a lot as like a comment, like bit on like a video or whatever. Yes. And everybody goes like, oh, yes. I remember you from like this thing. Oh man, are you the one who saved my mom when she was falling down the stairs? It's just like increasingly ridiculous things. Those are
my favorite new one he has is someone doing like they're doing exactly that, where they're all just like, hey, do you remember me from like XYZ and whatnot? But it's like the first dude is just like, I'm that dude you helped move into my apartment next door that one time. We used to like live near each other or whatever. And like, yeah, that's great. And then the next dude comes in and he's like, do you remember how you helped like donate me that liver that one time? Man, you really saved my life. And then another person comes in and like,
oh god.
Man, do you remember when you donated all that money to that puppy foundation I used to raise? All those puppies are cured of cancer now. And it's so much funnier when he has like he'll always do a bit at the end too. That's either you get juked or you don't. And you never know which one it's going to be, which is what makes it funnier. And so like the one I watch, it does do a fake out of some dude who rolls up in a tank. And he's like, do you remember when we served together in that platoon? Like back in like the Vietnam War or whatever. And it sounds like he is trying to hype him up, but then his follow-up was like, man, you slaughtered all those women and children, like 500 cities dead. And I'm just like, it's funny because it's harmless. You know everyone is in on it, very clearly. There's no way someone's not in on that. From like any end of the spectrum, if that's the final moment, everyone's obviously in on it, or like just as ridiculous as it gets, you know that they're in on it. Because that's just how it works.
It's the bit, and honestly, that honestly is in a lot of ways less problematic when you go to that extent to be like clearly everyone is in on the bit than the shit that's like the believable stuff where everybody is on the bit, but then now it's like disinformation to the extent because it's like, I guess this is a true thing, and it's like, no, everybody's in on it, but they're just lying to you. Like now you're the one getting screwed.
Yeah, he himself, like Brad Padre, has actually talked about that, where he has said that his one major moral is that he will never manipulate the viewer specifically.
Yeah, and that
he did the thing himself too, where he was giving that like speech on how he won't manipulate the viewer, and he went so absurd into it of being like, I don't care if I have to like actually beat up some homeless man on the side of a street without ever letting him know that this is all a prank and that he's going to be compensated. As long as you, the viewer, can understand that this was all a prank from the get-go, it works. And it's like, you know he's joking. You know he's telling you that everyone is in on it without actually telling you. But that's the point. And I feel like that's what's like extra funny about it. Is like clearly he knows about the social manipulation aspects and how to not do it properly.
Yeah, that is definitely good because there's so much. It's the weirdest like I don't know shift that has been a failure of like as soon as everybody got phones in their hand. And
the world went nuts.
Well, yeah, and like the content generation became like TikTok shorts, Facebook actually, and like YouTube shorts and TikToks and things. And it's like suddenly people are like so much faster to believe like, oh yeah, these are real people doing real things instead of like, bro, no, they're they're just doing a show. Like, when it was on the TV, people were like, oh, obviously they had to have a budget, and half of this, they're just actors. But then, like, as soon as it was on phones, people are like, yeah, that must be my neighbor or something. And it's like, bro, it's the same. It's not different.
Like, you know what's extra interesting to me about that, too? Is that in specific, YouTube itself never actually got that. And I think it's a result of, you know, YouTube always having a different sort of base audience in general of, like, videos used to have to be edited. Live wasn't a thing right away.
Yeah.
And during those editings, people would make comedy shorts. So YouTube got accustomed to comedy shorts. People like Smosh existed, and, like...
and... well,
and JonTron and whatnot.
And there was also the transition of, like, gimmick sites that I can't think of exactly, like, that transitionary period, like, just pre-YouTube, right? Where, like, everything was a super bit because, like, it was a lot of work to upload something, right? Like, so much work. It wasn't expensive, but it was so much work. And then we went into YouTube where it was a little easier, but it was still enough work that you'd be like, I know that these people are putting a lot of effort because they're the weird nerds that even have a camera that can record and then put something on the internet. Like, that I think transitionary period helped YouTube. But anyway, carry on with what you're saying.
Yeah. No, it's as you also did earlier. I'm like, that was more of a capstone of the bit being like, it's nice to see that certain places don't actually have that same, I guess, air of misinformation to them.
Yeah, because it's almost like also that the transition from watching stuff on the TV to watching stuff on the PC was like an acceptable and understandable transition. That as soon as it went to phones was too much like, well, really it's because the equipment to view is the exact same equipment to make. Like, you are watching on the thing that can make it, so you see it and you're like, oh, I could make this right now. Like, I have the tool in my hand to do the thing that I am looking at as we speak. And it's like, that very circumstance is what made people, like, sort of unable to understand that the people that are making the content are not necessarily just like you, because, like, they're still specifically making content, whereas, like, you're just a normal-ass person.
I'm just vibing.
Doing stuff. Exactly. Like, that caused a lot of problems with people understanding what they're watching.
Have I not found the boss yet? And how have you guys not triggered a slow-mo on me?
Damn it.
Oh, I see a chest over there. Slow-mo! No! There's a chest over there. Slow-mo, please! No! Cactus! Cactus! No!
Have you perished?
You dead. Maybe it was a skill issue.
Maybe it was.
Oh my god, Dice, I just completed 100 quests. Oh no.
It's a lot of quests. I don't know. I'm not feeling too strongly about this one. I don't feel like my...
But yeah, like...
loot is going very well.
Oh. I will say, I think today was perfect. And, like, exactly what I needed to.
Oh, well, that's good. Oh my god, I didn't... I really gotta chill out with the damn mountain shrines. I didn't realize I had found two of them before the first boss even spawned. So I'm at, like... the 7-minute mark, and I have 3 goddamn scorpion ussies. Please no.
Yeah,
please,
I'm telling you, man, you gotta stop with those.
But they're so good.
Don't touch them until second stage, is my ruling right now.
Ow! See, I can more reliably take them out on the first level than I can the second. My struggle has been that I can't seem to keep up my damage scaling into the final boss.
The second boss, it is notoriously hard.
Because it's like so much more health to deal with.
It is not just you, I can say.
I'm not surprised.
Okay,
Man,
so I need 275 coins. I can come back to that.
You know what? Maybe I go back to Fox. I like Fox.
Yeah, I've been playing as Vlad being like, I really like Vlad's animations, and the fact that his music is very Castlevania reminiscent. I could not think of a more fitting person to listen to Castlevania music for 45 hours on end.
I've been struggling to get further than I did with Fox. All these other characters, I have not been succeeding at what I am trying to do. So I'm like, I gotta get something going on.
You gotta lean into their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, well, I guess some of them I'm having a hard time, like, sort of, I guess, identifying the strength that I should be utilizing. Especially some of them...
Okay, who are you trying to use?
Well, just been moseying through... Calcium has been going well, because Calcium is effective.
Calcium's
really, the issue I'm kind of having, I think, is actually trying to figure out where the balance lay in doing enough damage. I'm leaning too hard damage because I can't manage to kill the final thing is my main issue. And, like, so I'm not balancing having enough defense right now, and I keep getting myself killed because I'm like, oh, I'll just go harder on the damage. And then I'm like, oop, a mistake has happened and I've gotten myself killed. It's like, I don't know.
I kind of want to do a thing where you and I have to pick each other's abilities now when we do this, because I feel like I have the exact opposite problem.
Really?
I usually go so hard into into damage specifically that I can shred all of the tiny mobs from the get-go. I will like I don't touch the big the mountains, but I will almost always use the difficulty ones. Because I feel like I have the genuine capability of like knowing how to build to take them out. Because I've been doing it well enough so far. In fact, I have the Cursed Tome active as we speak now, because I just got it. And the Cursed Tome is literally just a tome that raises difficulty.
Maybe I just need to go, like, actually commit fully to, like, the full damage. Maybe that would help.
No, it won't. I can tell you, because I am having the same issue. Where I am struggling in the final boss.
Yeah.
Of the second stage. But it's for the other reason of, like, I just can't... Like, I can kill him somewhat fast enough. I know I can do damage to him. But I can't avoid everything, like, every other damage type enough, and I can't regen my health enough in order to, you know, match that properly. Which is why I like Vlad so much, because his whole thing is life leech per level, and I'm like, so I focus on leveling up. That focuses on doing the thing, but also I just got poisoned by Scorpion S8 spawning on top of me, so that kind of one-shot me.
Yeah, because, like, that's one of the challenges, is, like, with some of the other ones, I'm just like, I have a specific build that I'd like to make happen, but it's like, man, they're not giving me the things I need to, like, make it happen. So it's like, okay, well, now it's a hodgepodge that's not quite panning out.
It's a challenge of knowing what you have and what to take.
Yeah.
Like, I'm taking Aura right now in hopes for a Brass Knuckle to show up, because that would be really funny.
Hell yeah. I like Aura. That's a
I don't like it as much as Blood Magic. I love Blood Magic.
I don't actually have Blood Magic yet. And I have not been paying attention to, like, unlocking stuff today, because it has been brain empty chatting stream. So I haven't, like...
That's fine.
I haven't even looked up to be like, oh, I should grab this. I'm just like, nah. We just roll.
I think Blood Magic in particular... I'm like, how did I unlock it? You have to get the tome to level up.
Which tome? The Bloody Tome?
Life Leech Tome.
The Bloody Tome?
Yes.
I actually have the Bloody Tome right now, so you know what? I'm just gonna get that to like level. Yeah.
I think it's 12. You unlock one.
I'll just push that gap.
And Blood Magic is just like a little. I'll have to reread what it does, but the best part about it is there is a 5% chance to permanently increase your health.
Oh, yeah, that would help tremendously.
Yeah, it helps a lot. That and the Life Leech Tome are my two best grabs.
Yeah, and honestly, maybe that's some of my issues that I'm running into is because, like, some of the tools to, like, do both offense and defense in, like, a single item are things that I have not quite yet unlocked.
Yeah, like, one of my big ones that I just unlocked was that Brass Knuckle, which is, do more damage when you're close, as a, like, random item you can get out of a chest. And I'm like, so that works, because I can take Aura, I can take my blood, like, I have my blood magic. If I grab any sword, which the crit sword helps with actual damage, because you don't have to level up terrible, you just have to level up luck. I can then just, put a few things into Nutback, for example.
Ow, ow.
Okay, you know what? Maybe I will take a boss one then, so I can actually get more.
Yeah, go for it. Go big and go home.
Shrine of the Mountain. 8 minutes, Shrine of the Mountain. Earn money on moving around. I found the boots finally. Oh my god.
I would like those. I don't think I have those unlocked either.
I bought them at some point earlier today, and I don't know when, but I love them.
Yeah.
I love the concept of them. But yeah, I will say today was like exactly what I needed, because it's not about the no brain. I'm not a person who benefits from no brain personally. In fact, I'm kind of the opposite. I can't ever force my brain to rest. Just doesn't work out.
Yeah, sure.
So, what I was like really, really looking for today was literally just to hang out with someone.
Fair.
I was like, I don't care what we talk about. I just want to talk. I just want to hang out. Someone like with someone other than my close friend group. I want to have a conversation.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that. And
that's what I was like. That's why I said it the way I did it last week too, where I was like, "You're streaming with me next week."
Like, okay.
Okay, I need some conversation that's not just my close friends. Oh, 2 Scorpion Seas might have been a bad idea.
All of these.
Oh, it's 2 Scorpion Seas. Oh, that's an entire field of red. Oh my god.
No.
Luckily, I'm playing that one who has a good jump height. But yeah, that's also why I was like, I don't care if you or I do play like the game in the middle of this, because we don't have to be playing together to have the conversation.
Yeah, we're just chilling.
Very, very good game for being able to hold a conversation with someone as you play, because even if you are trying to think of something, the in-between moments are usually what ends up like being the not make or break of this game, and that's where the most of the conversation happens anyway. So like, all right.
Yeah, honestly, like, I don't know how often that context needs filled, but like the Vampire Survivor style game, that like that's almost the best context for them, because like they might not be engaging enough sometimes, like when it's trying to take your full attention, but like, man, if you're talking to somebody or doing something else as just like a background thing to do, it's great.
You know what other game does that for me a lot lately is I have been a very, very big fan of the game Haste.
Haste. I'm not sure if I've heard of that.
It is a landfall game, so the funny devs who put out a game every April Fools.
No. Be too aggressive.
Creator of like Tabs, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator.
Gotcha.
Content warning, those things.
Ouch.
They made a game that is literally just about running in a line. The line changes a little bit. You can get items to help you with your running.
Oh, yeah, I think I haven't played it, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like, that's the game. That's all it is, and I'm like, perfect. Let me play it for a bit.
Yeah, just simple engagement to sort of like, I don't know, focus attention and not have to worry about stuff too much.
For me, it's not even that. It's just idle things for the hand to do.
Yeah.
I have good enough pattern recognition that I can play these games. Hey, I got bonk, just not make a crit.
I can't see.
Although this is like early enough in a run that I could work towards make a crit and it'd be fine. But yeah, it's like I will out myself here. There will be countless nights where I'm just like in a VC with someone, and I'm saying I'm doing nothing, and I'm like, I'm really just playing haste.
Fair.
Or like, I haven't started it with this game yet, but this game might slowly take the zeitgeist from me for haste. Because
it feels like it's definitely something that could do that.
It's the more brainless Risk of Rain, and I do really, really enjoy Risk of Rain.
Yeah,
right. To the point where that's going to be my next game.
Risk of Rain does require you to actually, like, pay attention.
This game doesn't. I have
this
enough
game does
pattern
not.
recognition to know what this game is.
This game does not, but Risk of Rain is not nearly so brain empty to operate.
Yeah. I think that's why I like Railgunner and Risk of Rain too, is I'm just like, I just play Railgunner, I shoot, my gun go burr, I win. That's all it is. But like, this game is, just as funny, but you can also get to the funnies a little bit faster, and there's still potential to lose after the funnies, so it's like...
Yeah.
I haven't quite broken it the same way I did Risk of Rain, where in Risk of Rain 2 in particular, we have broken it to the point where we have gotten enemies to stop spawning.
Yeah, Risk of Rain, up to this point at least, feels a little bit more controllable, like as far as the chaos. Like there's a little bit more things you can do to set things up assuredly, I guess, to be...
You can prepare.
Turbo broken. And this has not shown itself to do that yet, but again, I don't have all the tools at my disposal, so who knows?
I think if I could potentially get any sort of thing that just lets you choose whatever item you want from the list when you open a chest or something, that's when it's like, I get to have fun with the game and just do funny broken. And then I eventually have to turn it off and be like, okay, time to do normal runs again.
Time to actually engage with the game's difficulty or whatever, but...
Yeah, it's like, I've been talking about this more recently lately because Haunted Science is coming to a design close in terms of process, where it's like, I'm almost fully done designing everything I need to with Haunted Science. We're almost there.
Wait.
Which is like, it's nice, but it's also sad. But it's nicer because it means I still program the game, but I don't have to think so hard on the game.
Right.
And its design processes. Oh god, I took a mountain way too early.
Oh shit.
Did I?
Oh shit. This is bad.
Maybe I did.
Well, I did the one thing that always, like, is the only thing that can actually be a risk when... Oh shoot, I forgot what I was doing. Well,
is it a Risk of Rain, or...?
No, in this, the one thing that I lose track of is freaking time, and I did not find the boss thing, and I'm like, oh shoot, I have 50 seconds. I'm in trouble.
So, there is an item that you will get eventually, just by playing, that I think you will greatly benefit from, the way I do, if you can actually get it in a chest. It is a yellow, but it's every time you get hit, there's a chance to slow down time. And you do times 2 damage during the slowing down of time.
I got that one for, like, if you're below 50% health. Is it that one?
I think it might be the same yellow.
Because that one...
Which I guess that does also make it a little harder in that you have to actually, like, be survivable under 50% HP.
Yeah. I don't know where the boss is. I'm deeply in trouble. How did I not...
I think the one funny that I really need to, like, get going again, that I think I will always be able to easily break, but haven't broken properly again, is just the projectile number.
Dude, I had a crazy projectile number.
I know.
A bit
it made
ago.
Me jealous.
It's crazy. Oh, I'm so screwed.
Ooh, projectile would benefit from the projectile number if I can actually get the thing.
I'm stuck.
Yeah, it's like the two that I really want to build together, but I'm trying to like actually find the two tomes back to back, or like in the same run, is having the sword and blood magic, and then getting attack speed and projectile count. Because then it's either you kill them in one hit, or you gain HP off of a quantity tome. Speak of the devil. See, it is a superpower.
The quantity tome is one of the best tomes, I think.
So,
I mean, unless you're running a build that just doesn't have a projectile.
There is a reason why it is the best tome easily. And it's how it does its math is the quantity tome is the base quantity of projectiles.
Right.
So, when you have a quantity tome that says you have a base of 6 projectiles, and then you have a weapon that adds 2 to those projectiles, you are getting 12 projectiles off of that weapon. In the end.
Is it? I think it's an additive one. I think the projectile tome is a plus.
It is the base level of projectiles for you. I have gone through and confirmed this via the Aegis that you can get.
Oh, those are expensive.
If you get Aegis, by default, you have 2 shields. Projectile tome will bring you to 4. Getting another quantity up on the actual Aegis will bring you to 6.
Huh?
So it is a multiplicative in some way. I don't think it's like an exact like times number multiplicative, but it definitely is a base multiplicative equation of some kind. And I only know this because of how many hits I took with Aegis that one time, where I think I had like a quantity tome of level 10 and an Aegis of level 10. And I don't remember, because I don't remember exactly how many of each of the editions were purple or yellow or whatever, but I know it was some stupid high number of hits before I even saw that I took any damage. Okay, I need to start making my way to the boss arena. There's 3 minutes left and I have no movement speed. A swarm incoming!
Do I want this?
Excuse me, Swarm. You guys went the exact way oh my god, I hate you. I went to go touch an Easter Island head so I can get an extra item and continue my run a little bit longer. It was also next to, like, a challenge shrine, and I was like, oh, an item plus that will just help me with the morning things. And the moment I went to go up to it, I got the issue of a swarm spawned, and then they decided to all swarm the actual thing that I was trying to get to.
Ah, yes.
And I was just like, cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks
for that, guys.
Alright, I want to play as Vlad, and I'm going to try to do what I was going to do earlier and actually use pots for once.
Ah.
If I could get them, because pots are surprisingly good. They take a build to get there, but they are surprisingly fucking good.
Which pots are you talking about? The poison?
Potions, yeah.
Poison potions?
Poison potions. Yeah.
Gotcha, yeah.
I just refer to them as pots.
Well, I wasn't sure if there was another type of pots that was hidden in the things that I hadn't yet unlocked.
Yeah, I don't know if there is or isn't. I know that pots will also unlock you the funniest character of all.
Oh yeah.
Because this thing is actually probably the most broken for endgame. He looks like a Backrooms character, but his name is Amog. Oh, thank you for the raid, Snowy.
Uh-huh.
I have been raided. We've been boarded.
Huzzah.
You. So yeah, he looks like a background character, but his name is Amog. His whole passive is when you kill someone who has poison affecting them, it spreads in an AoE.
Damn. Yeah, because I noticed very quickly that the poison stacks, which that's really the integral part of that whole business. Yeah, because like early on, it's like the damage is 1, and then you get the duration up, and you're like, I see.
Yeah, or you get, honestly, projectile count is also really funny for pots and throwing them out. Because you do yeet them out as you would have random, thrown potion. Yeah, okay, I died on that. I don't know if I want to try Amog right now or not, but I'm like, I would like the poison spreading thing, and I don't know if it's only on him. I'm gonna go read the stuff then, maybe.
Ah.
Poison enemies explode on death, poisoning nearby enemies. Yes. Why is there so many skins for Amog?
Damn it.
Okay, I'm gonna play Amog then, because he has the extra funny challenge, apparently, of just kill 100,000 enemies as him.
That is several.
Oh, it makes sense, though, because he has a poison spread, so killing them faster is going to be his specialty. Ah, he's spreading the plague, and we're incentivizing it. I see. I caught you in your act game.
This run is not going well. Like, that thing...
You cooked?
It just feels like I am not building up toward anything at any appropriate speed right now.
Man, I have to say, I saw people using Fire Trail become funny, and I'm like, I don't think it's good. I
had one... Oh, I got my ass blasted. I had one run go pretty strong with the Firewalker. It's like, once it got big enough and frequent enough,
I guess
it was like...
Yeah, I guess you need, duration with it, so that the poison, or the...
Yeah, duration helps, the size got truly wacky, and then if the projectile count goes up, you're just, stacking them on top of each other. It can get some... Okay, so if I want to try to track
42
down
coins.
Poison, who would work nicely with poison?
Anyone who has anything to do with a large number of projectiles, because you can then just get moldy cheese and spam the attack speed and projectile count, and those two alone will also extend you.
Honestly, calcium would be a strong choice for that, I think.
Yeah, you can move around fast. You throw out the bone to boomerang to more enemies to hit for poison too.
Yeah. All right, give me the pots. Want them pots?
Well, do you have pots unlocked?
I do have the pots unlocked.
Okay. Yeah, I'm playing as Amog right now.
Yeah, I do not have the guy that the pots unlock.
Yeah, I'm playing as him right now, seeing if I can do the Broken Bunny myself. Oh! Oh, no,
sick.
because
Quantity
I have
tome
blood magic.
Gate.
That's going to be so funny. I just got the life... my first tome was the Life Leech tome.
I lucked out, and my first tome was the Quantity tome, which really worked out for me.
I think the one I would want to see as Amog is actually probably a damage tome as well, because that'll increase the base pot damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's just per tick, and you get duration up a little bit. And... Oh, no, don't do this to me. I got stuck in a combo, and therefore didn't even get close to making it to the end of the first stage.
Yeah. me the pots. I'm holding out for them.
Holding out for you till the end of the night. She's gotta have pots and they gotta be fast.
So durable.
And they gotta explode in the fire.
None of those are the things that I want.
I need a potion. One of the enemies. I don't know where I was going with that, but I lasted a lot longer than I thought I was going to.
Well, good job. All right, looking for pots, and we're looking for moldy cheese. Moldy.
Yep. There's also a really funny you can get later. That is the gas mask. Gas mask is an item that you might not have unlocked.
I do not.
Buy, but...
Hey, it's a poison flask. Okay. All right, I got what I wanted. So
that one is the good chest item you would be looking for later, because what it does is every time you poison an enemy, you get a little bit of shield.
Yeah, that would help.
And I think it's like a temporary health increase. I'd have to find the item again to read it, but with you spreading poison as much as you can with pots.
Yeah, that would add up.
Yeah, and then put it on Amog, who can then spread that a lot faster. And especially on Amog, when you want to have those like enemy number increases, like the difficulty tweaks. Is the difficulty tweak, and seeing like even a massive horde of enemies is kind of just encouraged on Amog.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Oh no!
Man, the big benefit with calcium is just being able to find shit, because you're just like, I'm actually fast.
Yup, and that's the problem being Amog here, is that I'm not actually avoiding these enemies as much as I need to be, please.
Alright, now the question becomes, what defensive tome should I grab?
I died.
Perhaps the first one that comes up is the right answer, but...
Amog is hard.
Yeah.
Alright, let me find this item so I can tell you what it does, though. Because there's two poison items that work really, really well with Amog.
Quantity, damage...
Oh, and they're both purple, so you know they work.
Alright, well, I didn't get the opportunity to get a defensive tome, so we're just going to be a lunatic instead.
Okay, so here's why Amog is funnier with this. Gas mask. Gain armor and lifesteal for every enemy afflicted with poison.
Wow, yeah, that'll do it.
And then there's also an additional one you can get of Toxic Barrel. Release toxic waste if taking damage poisoning all nearby enemies. And I'm like, yeah, on Amog, you spread duration. That's like the big one you need, and you just fire out as many of those pots as you can with as high of a value as you could possibly find, so that when they do stack and die to it, then...
Nice, I got moldy cheese.
Ooh, Sias works for pots too. I can take that from the shrine. Also nice and moldy cheese.
Yep. Things are coming together. I have a little concerns around my defensive option, but we'll see what happens.
But yeah, did you... I don't know if I've told you this or not yet, Poe, but once Haunted Science is, like, done, as in, like, done... My next project is Pizza Rogue, officially.
Excellent.
I think Haunted Science will give me the multiplayer knowledge I needed and was missing in order to make it work.
That's exciting.
And I think that's the point where I then... where I am just ready to go. And I'm like, okay, it's time to make a multiplayer roguelike experience.
Well, I hope that goes well.
I hope so too. Oh, come on, you give me a purple and got me all hyped up, and then you give me the fucking thorny shield?
I just got the thorny shield. What an incredible...
give me the one that...
coincidence.
Like, give me the one that at least gives me armor before you give me the armor thing.
Yeah, true. Wow, I've had good luck with the poison flask building base damage here.
It works pretty well.
Well, like, that's what keeps coming up for the upgrades, which is proving to be very helpful.
It's even better than, yeah. %8 duration. Don't mind if I do. Oh, I think it is worth noting, too, that you really gotta pay attention sometimes to, if you want to go, like, as funny hard as to what I did, where it was like, top 18% players or whatever, you really do have to pay attention to the, not the actual numbers, per se, but the type of numbers it gives you. Because there is a difference between a percentage and a number.
Yeah.
In that, like, my pots, for example, I just got pots that go from, well, I'm playing Amon, so I start with pots, but my upgrade on pots went from 3 to 4 seconds. Then I also got a shrine to increase duration by 4%, which then means it takes the 4% of the potion duration and applies it for that long instead. And so, like, if you see something that's a percentage number versus a second number, it's like, the second number is technically the better one at first? Or I guess it's depending on, like, you know, how long the second is and what the percentage is.
Yeah, it's all about balancing those out eventually. Essentially, you want to be doing both of them eventually, because it's all about diminishing returns when you're working with numbers that interact like that.
I mean, it could be, or you could just be about doing a funny and building it that strong.
Well, no, it's what I mean is, like, if you have a base value that you can increase by a flat value as well as a percent, doing both of those things ultimately is the most beneficial. Because focusing on one forever, you'll eventually be missing out.
Yeah, but you definitely need one over the other at least to start.
Yes. Flat values early on are better.
Do I have any other duration weapons? Oh, tornadoes.
Holy shit. There's so many... I skipped 2 boss curses. They were available, I didn't press them, but that I think would have meant I spawned 5 of them. And I didn't want to do that, so I didn't. Because that's too many.
Hey, Poe, congratulations. You're learning restraint on on the mountains.
Well, you know, 3 is kind of enough.
Hey, you're learning restraint is all that I said.
Yeah.
And I
hold
hold
true
to
bit
that.
Of restraint. A little bit.
You have learned restraint. Or at least what it is.
Oh, shit. I may have upped the difficulty a little bit too much, because there might be a little too many of these here scorpions.
Do you see what I mean with, like, the second level and why it's a little bit easier to, like, manage, though?
In some ways, but I kind of was... A lot of times I was able to utilize sort of the terrain a little bit better in the first one to, like, get out of trouble.
Oh, I think it's so much easier on this one when the slopes are so subtle that you can, like, jump and angle yourself at whatever angle you want. Because you can b-hop in this game.
Yeah, but
if you, like, actually, like, try it anyway, or you actually, like...
The other one is just, like, if you could jump off of, like, a cliff and Especially if you had enough jumps to be able to, like, cross chasms, you could really get out of dodge
I think the problem with that one, in my mind, was that you then also have to be able to go back up sometimes.
True. Yeah, and that's
not always as easy.
It is not. That is the risk of the other side of that, for sure.
This one is like I can go back up a lot easier than I can go back than I can on the forest one. Okay, I threw hard that map, but also I took a luck tome, and the game just didn't give me that luck because I got nothing that I wanted to see.
Ooh. Hey, I got the Speed Boy. On taking damage below 50% max HP, slow down time, and deal 2x damage. Hooray.
Oh, there you go. That one. That's what I was referring to earlier.
Yep.
Slow down time.
I just picked it up. That will hopefully help me.
Nice.
Another spiky shield. Really not what I need, but sure.
Why is there a giant scorpion after me? Oh, because he's a challenge trying to hit right at the start. Multi-cheese, let's go. For a first item, multi-cheese is pretty good. Oh, here we go. I need $68.
Ow.
Gotcha.
Ow. Oh my god! Infinite range lasers. Damn you.
Yeah, that's the thing that kills me the most.
God. Oh, they just freaking lock on your ass. Oh, don't kill me like this. Not like this.
It's over.
It's not. Oh, it's not quite over. Campfire, save me.
I don't see the use in Campfire right now because I just don't have the other like synergies, I guess.
It can just sometimes save you. And I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not taking up a space or anything. It's just you can have it, and then at least if you stand still, you can try to get yourself out of trouble. Stupid keys. This is the thing that I care about least.
I think if they're early enough, they're good. Later on, yeah, they suck.
Early on, I suppose they can be helpful.
If you get like 5 of them right away, you've set yourself up for 100% chest success. I haven't even opened the chest yet, which is perfect, because that means that's my first 2% luck increase. Oh no, why would you do this game? My second enemy type is the stupid roly bone boys, and I don't have movement.
Well, enjoy your bone boys.
No, I won't. Yeah, I did. I died. I can't enjoy that.
Healing guy over here.
I don't think if there's anything major to talk about news-wise or anything like that.
Well, I mean, generally...
I think we covered like a lot of discussion already.
Yeah, I mean, generally, my curiosity is what your prospects are looking like for the TwitchCon at this point.
Oh, I'll be there.
We never updated him, did we?
Oh, that's good, though.
Nope.
Awesome.
So, there is a slight chance I'm not there.
I mean, they let you in last year, and you haven't believed in
I know.
If anything, you visited less this year, so they should be more likely, more inclined to let you in.
I am always and will always be of the mindset of hope for the best, assume the worst.
Uh-huh.
I believe I will be fine, Poe, and should be there. But there is a potential situation in which I'm not there purely because I went on land to I went via land border to see Snowy one too many times for a few too many months.
Yeah.
And as a result, I have been they always ask you, have you ever been denied entry or whatever, and I am now legally obligated to say yes because they have it on record. They can just fucking search it and check.
Right.
And at a certain point, it will go away.
Oh, does
where
it?
It's eventually.
5 years sort of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those you're in their system until their system says you're no longer in their system sort of thing. Sort of vibe. But so as a result, Poe, there is always technically a potential risk that I get denied again.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know what the freaking government shutdown holds in store for that.
It'll be fine.
Might take longer.
Separate entity anyway.
Separate processes.
Yeah.
What's more so the potential case is getting in is technically a case-by-case basis for me now, of it just depends on the person in the day. But I'm going by plane, and I'm going to be arriving to the airport at its literal opening time. So it'll be one of those things where
alive.
they're gonna be fresh on the job, just starting out, and I should be able to make the case that I'm going there for a weekend. It's not like I'm gonna be staying the entire time.
Oh, I have made a terrible error. I had a good run going, and then I accidentally activated the boss portal because I was trying to break a vase next to it.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops indeed. Now I'm dealing with this shit.
Oh, yeah, have you floated the idea of the comic voicing the Poe at all?
Oh, no, I haven't really drawn that by Poe because I wasn't really thinking about it properly, but good.
What's that?
So we're trying to make Haunted Science also a comic. Because Snowy wants to work on a comic, and...
Understandable.
This is the best, I guess you could say, what do they call it? Meet in the middle sort of vibe of... I end up writing and doing, the hard details of the comic. She ends up just getting to draw.
Right.
And that's all she wants to do. She does like giving her inputs and coming up with the ideas a little bit here and there. But one of the things I really like the idea of is a... a one-page comic that you can also then read over for, a YouTube short.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
And I was yeah, we could potentially get, the actual game cast to do some of those shorts for, little funnies.
That's true.
Some people just actually get their entire comic also just voiced. It is a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Just comic
speaking of... Hey, Snowy, you like reading manga?
What?
Go read Homestuck at some point. It's still available.
Oh, it's 10,000 pages.
It is.
Yeah.
Go read it at some point.
Is it good though, or is it I should know this because it's a landmark in internet culture sort of deal?
I will say, I think what it's going to be, what this is really going to come down to, is how you take this next statement, in that it will be to you what One Piece is to me.
I see. But how are you enjoying One Piece?
It's fine. Something to put on in the background.
Okay, so it sounds like I should finish Kaiju number 8 first.
Yes, 100%. I love Kaiju. That was so much better.
Uh-huh.
But also, it wasn't written by a child.
Uh-huh.
Good work.
Yeah, I don't know how up-to-date you are with, certain indie animation studios, Poe, of, Busy Pop and Glitch.
Very not.
Yeah, so, have you read any of Homestuck before?
I have not, no.
You will not like the show.
Oh, he's so out of this guy.
too old for this shit.
No, it's fine.
I'm not actually. It's just outside of my circle.
Old, right?
I'm not that old, but I am pretty old for, or at least I feel old for the scene that I find myself in.
I will say, I think that's the biggest challenge with these indie scenes is that all of them are like targeting, unintentionally even targeting youth.
Yeah.
And it's not helping their case. Like, I will say, specifically Digital Circus, it took me a while to come around to it. But once I got into Digital Circus, I'm like, it's pretty good. It bases itself off of stuff you would really, like, you put in particular too would really like. Because the entire story is the, like, artist interpretation on I Have No Mouth and on my screen.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's a very you book.
Never actually read it.
To like... What it's about, though, at least, right?
I think so. Possibly not, actually.
Dystopian future, sentient AI traps 5 scientists who work on him. Tortures them for eternity because they made him.
That does, in fact, sound like my sort of thing. That is correct.
Yeah. Yeah, it is very up your alley. If you haven't actually even read the thing, I would also highly recommend that, because it's really fucking... And even if you just, like, do it as an audiobook at work or something, you'll like it.
You know, on the subject of manga, somewhat unrelated, but only related in the sense of manga. But I was poking around looking for another, like, a manga to read yesterday, and it was sort of interesting because I suddenly stumbled across, like, one of those things that, like, sort of like people will just be like bounce you off. Now it was a thing that like happens so frequently in mangas that I suddenly had a more clear picture of like, oh, I hate when this happens. And it was like I realized
what in particular were you referring to?
Yeah. So this thing is like I realized it happens a lot, and it's the issue of... Oh, I stopped for 2 seconds and then got myself killed. It's that issue where, like, it happens a lot in more comedic-focused manga, but it feels like a trap when they make any kind of plot point, right? And then for the punchline, by, like, the end of that chapter... they immediately, like, go back on that plot point like it never mattered. Like, why did you even bring that up? And it's... broadly speaking, I realized it, like, there's this sense of, like, distrust with the plot points they try to bring up. So, this specific manga, what it was is trying to restart a cafe with some folks, and whatever, blah, blah, romance, stupid, somewhat comedic, blah, blah, teenagers. And it gets to the point where, like, oh, they're hard up for money and they're trying to get started, and it turns out, oh, the main character had been doing stock investment, here, got some money out, and, like, now he's able to pay the people who's starting to work there, and it's like, isn't that great? And then by the end, like, blah, blah, wackiness happens, and it's like, oh, yeah, that company that you'd invested in just went bankrupt, and, you know, your stocks are out. And he's like, I better sell those right now. And it's like, oh, by the way, I accidentally broke your computer, so you can't get on there and do that right now. And it's like, I already assumed that he would, like, they were hard up on money. Why did we have to go through this rigmarole of being like, oh, look, he's got some money that he can pay people with. Never mind, he has no money again. It's like, why did we do that?
So, what you have experienced is something really funny, because this doesn't just happen with that plot point, it happens with others.
Oh, I know it does.
There is an actual term for when what I'm about to, like, explain happens, because it happens so often. So what you have experienced is called the Futurama effect.
Ha!
The reason being, there are really popular sitcoms and comedies that will make these sorts of bits a episode or something, right? Like, for example, the exact one you have given me is a Futurama episode where Fry, realizes Fry decides to go to his bank.
Yes.
And he's been frozen for, 3,000 years, so with interest, his stuff is, $50 billion or some shit.
Right.
But then at the end of it all, too, he just, loses it all to someone scamming him via pretending to, be his employer and asking him what his PIN number is.
Yes. So,
there's a difference in that... There's an experience... Yeah. So, wait. Let me finish, because there is a bit that actually happens with this, and it's what you are experiencing now. So it's not the fact that exists as a whole, it's not the fact that happens in comics. It's what happens is someone popularizes that in comics and or in media in general, in a comedy short, in a special, in a sitcom, literally anything. They will popularize it in some medium. As a result, someone else will like it enough to try to do the same. Because, and this is the thing that I also usually follow with the Futurama effect that always exists of, if it can make you laugh, someone else will too.
Well, so
it's kind of a core principle for anything of if you like something, with how many people there are in the world, odds are there's a lot of other people that like it too. You just need to find your right audience. But the Futurama effect in particular is referred to when that goes poorly.
Well, see, so my issue with it is a little bit more nuanced, because I don't mind that Futurama does that, and it's a matter of context, because, and I mean, honestly, there's nothing wrong with it being in a manga either, but my problem is that manga typically are trying to actually build a long-running narrative, whereas something like Futurama isn't really. So, being episodic is fine to me in that context. But then, something like a manga...
I would disagree to a point.
That's building something... Because it's also not just, but yeah, when they spend so much time building a point and then immediately taking it out is something I hate that manga does frequently. And to such an extent that, they will have a selling point for, I remember most specifically, there was a manga that I was interested in that was, the main character was blind. That was the thing, the main character was blind, and, they mentioned it. Yes. And by, the third or fourth chapter, he was just magically cured. And I was like, what was the point of that? And it's just, that happens so much in manga, where they're like, here's a plot point, but it's not going to matter later. And I'm like, why should I believe you about any plot point you want to put in front of me if you're so willing to simply pull it out at any given point in time?
No!
And, for a straight comedy like Futurama, that's fine. I don't care. That's not why I'm there. I'm not there for the plot. But in a manga that they're building a narrative about getting somewhere, I'm like, I don't trust you to tell me things anymore. You're just making shit up.
I think the difference in that one is literally just the context of manga is a little harder to grasp, because so I didn't know this for a long time, but Snowy eventually pointed it out to me of manga in particular is almost always beholden to a 7-chapter rule of they have to have 7 chapters per book, no more, no less.
Right, for the volumes.
And then it's a certain number of pages to the chapter.
Right. They're very formulaic. What can
definitely happen... Yeah, what can definitely happen if you aren't careful is there is definitely 2 types of manga. One that will continue to the next book, and one that will be done after that book. And when you get the latter, it's a little hard to tell that that's what they're trying to achieve, because they'll try to do something like a big one, for example, is Snowy's take actually on the newest. I watched the anime, not read the manga, but it's Sakamoto Days, which I have something else I can bring up after that really bothers me about Sakamoto Days. But in that, when Snowy was reading, she actually didn't get that far, all things considered, because she felt it very like episodic, bit to bit. But watching the sitcom, I'm like, I thought that was supposed to be the context that I was grabbing, and that it was a episodic with an overarching plot that happens every couple of episodes. You get the overarching plot instead of the episodic plot. Like every episode, someone new is trying to kill him, and eventually you get to the episodic plot or the overall plot, and then that slowly takes over bit by bit. And I think that what happens is in manga, it's sometimes hard to differentiate what mangas are trying to do what in terms of their whole writing style.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
agree.
Where that comes into play.
Yeah, and it's not to say that like that is objectively bad if a manga does that. It's just like that's one of those things that I've noticed myself being like, this manga's not for me, because it's just like, oh, this is one of those. I'm like, okay, that's good, that's fine. Yeah.
No, it makes sense. It's like, it's not for you, but it is still a thing that definitely can happen, and happens way more than you would think.
Yup.
Because, like, originally, I had the same kind of... I had the reverse with Kaiju no Marie. I thought Kaiju no Marie was supposed to be episodic, and then I started, like, fully watching and reading the thing. I'm like, no, this really is just a back-to-back story adventure, right?
No,
like,
it's a shonen battle anime.
it's just a... Well, it's... The bit is, though, that they don't do the episodic style. They really do just end up doing the story beat to story beat, because there's little parts in between all the story notes, and, like, the overarching plot is something they will constantly bring up, reference, talk about. They don't usually introduce something just to get rid of it. Like, no one, not once, were they ever like, this person has a super unique mega gun, but only they can use it, and then decide to give it to someone else. That was like an inherent point that they stuck to. And that's what ended up making me realize, like, oh, okay, so this isn't episodic, this is an adventure. Gotcha. And I think the key difference in, like, finding a manga that's right for you is definitely, like, figuring out which of those you belong to.
Yeah, for sure.
And
or what you're in the mood for, or, you know, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. It is getting late. I think it is going to be time for me to wrap it up for the day, though. Cooking for about the 4 hours, and I am hungry.
That's fair. There was, very quickly, I want to know how annoying you find this as well.
What's that?
So, the name of the anime and manga is very clearly Sakamoto. His name is Sakamoto. They pronounce him as Sakamoto. Everyone calls him Sakamoto, right?
Uh-huh.
The very end of the theme song says Sakamoto Days.
You just... This is the same thing as what... So apparently that's a pretty common, like, native English pronunciation of Sakamoto, because this is not the first time this has happened.
Can you say how they pronounce it again? The Sakamoto?
Okay, so there's two different ones. Yeah, there's, like, the actual pronunciation is Sakamoto. Their pronunciation is Sakamoto.
So that's spelled like Sakamoto? Like Sakamoto?
I believe that's exactly how you spell it.
Bro, that's a pretty wacky way to say that. Sakamoto? Like... Yeah,
so this happens in Persona 5 as well, where we decided to listen to the English translation for once.
It's English dub, man.
English dub. And it's so annoying because, like, I'm trying to remember exactly how they pronounce all the stupid ones. I know it's the easiest one is yeah. There's like the last name of the character is Takamaki, and they're just like, "Hi there, Takamaki," and I'm just like,
I'm trying to understand if I have simply heard enough Japanese to not be an idiot in that regard, or if like I can't imagine trying to pronounce that word like that. Like, even just like...
I know people who have said manga for the longest time, and I'm just like, no.
I mean, that's at least like...
more understandable because we have the word mango.
Yeah, like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, a slight correction, but sure. But like, to put the emphasis in like Sakamata, like, that's wild to me. Like, why? What other word is like that?
I also think it's even worse when we're talking about the pure English dub. Like, I didn't change from dub to sub in any point. The dub itself also refers to the man in the episode as Sakamoto.
Yeah, that's like somebody was not involved in directing at some point that needed to be like, oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah, and then the actual same dub of the same show has the theme song end in... It's even worse that it doesn't come up in the actual name of the thing, and if it does, I can't tell that they're pronouncing it wrong during the actual theme song, too. But it makes it so much worse to me when it's like the last two things you hear are the wrong pronunciation of the thing every single time the opening starts, and I'm like... Please, my guy, I know I just returned to watching this, so Netflix is deciding I'm going to listen to the theme song again, and I'm okay to listen to the theme song because it's a pretty good one.
Except
just pronounce the fucking name right.
Yeah. That's
pretty
wild.
Name.
Yeah.
I get so mad at it. It makes me
pretty
so
weird.
Like,
it's the little thing. Like, why would you do that? We could not do that.
I'm like, what's the term? I'm like, unjustifiably heated to hear this stuff.
Sure. I frequently have that feeling about trivial stupid shit where I'm like, I am so upset. Like, I'm so irate. I have no right to be this irate, but god damn it, I am. Like, I know the feeling.
I'm like, for me it's just that mispronunciation of names between, like, is even... I think it also makes it worse in Persona 5, because we've been playing through Persona 5, or we finished now at this point playing through Persona 5 Strikers.
Uh-huh.
And they pronounce the new characters' names correctly.
Oh yeah, it's really long too. The heckin' Zenkichi Hasegawa. They say Hasegawa correctly, which is the real question mark there.
Yeah, that's
true. They
say
Zenkichi properly. And
okay, I don't know how else you would say that one though.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how you're supposed to Takamaki. Like, how do you say Takamaki that badly?
I don't know. I
will say technically we always say Makoto, very English.
Okay, but Makoto is also, like, even in Japanese, like, when I hear Japanese people say Makoto, they also say very English half the time, and I'm like, I just don't know anymore which is supposed to be which, so I kind of gave up.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I think where that one comes from, it's when it's, like, a very clear difference between the Japanese and English pronunciation, where you're just like, who gave you the idea that this is how you say that?
It's funny that it's consistent, though, because it was two different voice actors that said Sakamoto, and you were like, oh.
Yeah.
Who gave you this instruction? Tell them to stop.
Who was the guy in the room telling you how to do this?
Listen, that's why it's like, I think it's like extra bad in terms of the song, because I'm like, did they really just not correct them on how to make the song and then listen to it? And we're like, that's fine. Not being like,
I guess we're not going to re-record that. That's fine.
The other, like, extra wrong part is that it does technically end to try to be on beat with it, but it doesn't at all match up. So it's like, the way they say it is they're like, Sakamoto days, and that's how they're supposed to end the thing. And I'm just like, the way they match up the beat to those last two notes to also how they say it, it makes it extra unjustifiable.
Well,
because like someone did not listen to this.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's like I can see what they were trying to go for. Yes, it's clear that they had a goal in mind, and that's why they pronounce it that way. It's maybe.
Yeah, because like it's a little more justifiable in music because a lot of stuff gets pronounced weird in music to fit. But if it doesn't fit, of course, then it's like, well, you missed. But
the problem is, it not only doesn't fit, it makes it extra not fit, and you're just like, what's wrong with you? Whew.
All right.
Who
I must
this stuff, but yeah.
I must depart, or I must sleep and eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna be finishing up my run here, and then this is my final run for the day. I'm just also doing a really big funny right now, and actually like keeping things off of me as a monk for once.
Yeah. Well, good job. Thanks for hanging out. It's been fun.
I appreciate you hanging out as well, especially since it was a weird, like, a very weird request of me to be
it's no problem. It's fun.
Let's come chat.
Had a good time. All right. I will talk to you later. You as well, Snowy.
I'll talk to you later
Bye.
as well,
all right, gang. All of you, thanks for hanging out as well. I must depart. Well, I'll probably be back Saturday. I may have a thing that I'm doing. I don't know yet. Possibilities are strange. I might be doing something off stream with Fury. I'm not quite sure. I gotta follow up. But anyway. Hello, face. What perfect timing. I will simply, well, I could just turn it off and on. Oh, I figured it out. But tomorrow's Friday, so have a good Friday. Enjoy the start of your weekend. Have a good night. Hopefully I'll see you next time. Bye.
Initiating goodnight sequence. Dispersing appropriate dosage of compound 347. Initiating phase 1 of memory calibration. This won't hurt a bit. Just close your eyes.